Chapter 1. Parliament had reassembled on October 25, 1911, and the first move on the part of the government was, to say the least of it, rather unpropitious. The Prime Minister submitted two motions, the first one empowering them to take all the time of the House during the remainder of the session, and the second guillotining discussion on the insurance bill so as to force the measure through before Christmas. One day only was allotted to the clauses relating to women in that bill. These clauses were notoriously unfair. They provided for sickness insurance of about 4 million women and unemployment insurance of no women at all. Under the provision of the bill, 11 million men were insured against sickness and about 2.5 million against unemployment. Women were given lower benefits for the same premium as men, and premiums paid out of the family income were credited solely to the men's account. The bill as drafted provided no form of insurance for wives, mothers, and daughters who spent their lives at home working for the family. It penalized women for staying in the home, which most men agree is women's only legitimate sphere of action. The amended bill grudgingly allowed, aside from maternity benefits, a small insurance, on rather difficult terms, for workingmen's wives. Thus the re-elected government's first utterance to women was one of contempt, and this was followed, on November 7, by the almost incredible announcement that the government intended, at the next session, to introduce a manhood suffrage bill. This announcement was not made in the House of Commons, but to a deputation of men from the People's Suffrage Federation, a small group of people who advocated universal adult suffrage. The deputation, which was very privately arranged for, was received by Mr. Asquith, and the then Master of Ely Bank, Chief Liberal Whip. The spokesman asked Mr. Asquith to bring in a government measure for universal adult suffrage, including adult women. The Prime Minister replied that the government had pledged facilities for the Conciliation Bill, which was as far as they were prepared to go in the matter of women's suffrage. But, he added, the government intended in the next session to introduce and to pass through all its stages a genuine reform bill which would sweep away existing qualifications for the franchise, and substitute a single qualification of residence. The bill would apply to adult males only, but it would be so framed as to be open to a woman's suffrage amendment in case the House of Commons desired to make that extension and amendment. This portentous announcement came like a bolt from the blue, and there was strong condemnation of the government's treachery to women. Said the Saturday Review. With absolutely no demand, no ghost of a demand, for more votes for men, and with beyond all cavalier very strong demand for votes for women, the government announced their manhood suffrage bill and carefully evade the other question. For a naked, avowed plan of gerrymandering no government surely ever did beat this one. The Daily Mail said that the policy which Mr. Asquith proposes is absolutely indefensible. And the Evening Standard and Globe said, "We are no friends of female suffrage, but anything more contemptible than the attitude assumed by the government it is difficult to imagine." If the government hoped to deceive anyone by their dishonest reference to the possibility of a woman's suffrage amendment, they were disappointed. Said the Evening News. Mr. Asquith's bombshell will blow the Conciliation Bill to smithereens, for it is impossible to have a manhood suffrage for men and a property qualification for women. True, the Premier consents to leave the question of women's suffrage to the House, but he knows well enough what the decision of the House will be. The Conciliation Bill had a chance, but the larger measure has none at all. I have quoted these newspaper leaders to show you that our opinion of the government's action was shared even by the press. Universal suffrage in a country where women are in a majority of 1 million is not likely to happen in the lifetime of any reader of this volume, and the government's generous offer of a possible amendment was nothing more than a gratuitous insult to the suffragists. The truce, naturally, came to an abrupt end. The WSBU wrote to the Prime Minister, saying that consternation had been aroused by the government's announcement, and that it had been decided accordingly to send a deputation representing the Women's Social and Political Union to wait upon himself and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, on the evening of November 21. The purpose of the deputation was to demand that the proposed manhood suffrage bill be abandoned, and that in its place should be introduced a government measure giving equal franchise rights to men and women. A similar letter was dispatched to Mr. Lloyd George. 6 times before on occasions of crisis had the WSPU requested an interview with Mr. Asquith, and each time they had been refused. This time the Prime Minister replied that he had decided to receive a deputation of the various suffrage societies on November 17, including your own society, if you desire it. It was proposed that each society appoint 4 representatives as members of the deputation, which would be received by the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. 9 suffrage societies sent representatives to the meeting, our own representatives being Emmeline Pankhurst, Mrs. Pettick Lawrence, Miss Annie Kenny, Lady Constance Lytton and Miss Elizabeth Robbins. Christable and Mrs. Lawrence spoke for the Union, and they did not hesitate to accuse the 2 ministers to their faces of having grossly tricked and falsely misled women. Mr. Asquith, in his reply to the deputation, resented these imputations. He had kept his pledge, he insisted, in regard to the Conciliation Bill. He was perfectly willing to give facilities to the bill, if the women preferred that to an amendment to his Reform Bill. Moreover, he denied that he had made any new announcement. As far back as 1908 he had distinctly declared that the government regarded it as a sacred duty to bring forward a manhood suffrage bill before that Parliament came to an end. It was true that the government did not carry out that binding obligation, and it was also true that until the present time nothing more was ever said about a manhood suffrage bill, but that was not the government's fault. The crisis of the Lord's veto had momentarily displaced the bill. Now he merely proposed to fulfill his promise made in 1908, and also his promise about giving facilities to the Conciliation Bill. He was ready to keep both promises. Well, he knew that those promises were incompatible, that the fulfillment of both was therefore impossible, and Christable told him so bluntly and fearlessly. "We are not satisfied," she warned him, and the Prime Minister said acidly, "I did not expect to satisfy you." The reply of the WSPU was immediate and forceful. Led by Mrs. Pettick Lawrence, our women went out with stones and hammers and broke hundreds of windows in the Home Office, the War and Foreign Offices, the Board of Education, the Privy Council Office, the Board of Trade, the Treasury, Somerset House, the National Liberal Club, several post offices, the Old Banqueting Hall, the London and South Western Bank, and a dozen other buildings, including the residence of Lord Haldane and Mr. John Burns. 220 women were arrested and about 150 of them sent to prison for terms varying from a week to 2 months. One individual protest deserves mention because of its prophetic character. In December, Miss Emily Wilding Davison was arrested for attempting to set fire to a letter box at Parliament Street Post Office. In court, Miss Davison said that she did it as a protest against the government's treachery, and as a demand that women's suffrage be included in the King's speech. The protest was meant to be serious, she said, and so I adopted a serious course. In past agitation for reform, the next step after window breaking was incendiarism, in order to draw the attention of the private citizens to the fact that this question of reform was their concern as well as that of women. Miss Davison received the severe sentence of 6 months' imprisonment for her deed. To this state of affairs I returned from my American tour. I had the comfort of reflecting that my imprisoned comrades were being accorded better treatment than the early prisoners had known. Since early in 1910 some concessions had been granted, and some acknowledgement of the political character of our offences had been made. During the brief period when these scant concessions to justice were allowed, the hunger strike was abandoned and prison was robbed of its worst horror, forcible feeding. The situation was bad enough, however, and I could see that it might easily become a great deal worse. We had reached a stage at which the mere sympathy of members of Parliament, however sincerely felt, was no longer of the slightest use. Reminding our members this, In the first speeches made after returning to England, I asked them to prepare themselves for more action. If women's suffrage was not included in the next King's Speech, we should have to make it absolutely impossible for the government to touch the question of the franchise. The King's Speech, when Parliament met in February 1912, alluded to the franchise question in very general terms. Proposals, it was stated, would be brought forward for the amendment of the law with respect to the franchise and the registration of electors. This might be construed to mean that the government were going to introduce a manhood suffrage bill or a bill for the abolition of plural voting, which had been suggested in some quarters as a substitute for the manhood suffrage bill. No precise statement of the government's intentions was made, and the whole franchise question was left in a cloud of uncertainty. Mr. Ag Gardner, a Unionist member of the Conciliation Committee, drew the third place in the ballot, and he announced that he should reintroduce the Conciliation Bill. This interested us very slightly, for knowing its prospect of success to have been destroyed, for we were done with the Conciliation Bill forever. Nothing less than a government measure would henceforth satisfy the WSPU, because it had been clearly demonstrated that only a government measure would be allowed to pass the House of Commons. With sublime faith, or rather with a deplorable lack of political insight, the Women's Liberal Federation and the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies professed full confidence in the proposed amendment to a manhood suffrage bill, but we knew how futile was that hope. We saw that the only course to take was to offer determined opposition to any measure of suffrage that did not include as an integral part, equal suffrage for men and women. On February 16 we held a large meeting of welcome to a number of released prisoners who had served 2 and 3 months for the window-breaking demonstration that had taken place in the previous November. At this meeting we candidly surveyed the situation and agreed on a course of action which we believed would be sufficiently strong to prevent the government from advancing their threatened franchise bill. I said on this occasion, "We don't want to use any weapons that are unnecessarily strong. If the argument of the stone, that time-honored official political argument, is sufficient, then we will never use any stronger argument. And that is the weapon and the argument that we are going to use next time. And so I say to every volunteer on our demonstration, be prepared to use that argument. I am taking charge of the demonstration, and that is the argument I am going to use. I am not going to use it for any sentimental reason, I am going to use it because it is the easiest and the most readily understood. Why should women go to Parliament Square and be battered about and insulted, and most important of all, produce less effect than when we throw stones? We tried it long enough. We submitted for years patiently to insult and assault. Women had their health injured. Women lost their lives. We should not have minded if that had succeeded, but that did not succeed, and we have made more progress with less hurt to ourselves by breaking glass than ever we made when we allowed them to break our bodies. After all, is not a woman's life, is not her health, are not her limbs more valuable than panes of glass? There is no doubt of that, but most important of all, does not the breaking of glass produce more effect upon the government? If you are fighting a battle, that should dictate your choice of weapons. Well, then, we are going to try this time if mere stones will do it. I do not think it will ever be necessary for us to arm ourselves as Chinese women have done, but there are women who are prepared to do that if it should be necessary. In this union we don't lose our heads. We only go as far as we are obliged to go in order to win, and we are going forward with this next protest demonstration in full faith that this plan of campaign, initiated by our friends whom we honor tonight, will on this next occasion prove effective. Ever since militancy took on the form of destruction of property, the public generally, both at home and abroad, has expressed curiosity as to the logical connection between acts such as breaking windows, firing pillar boxes, etc., and the vote. Only a complete lack of historical knowledge excuses that curiosity. For every advance of men's political freedom has been marked with violence and the destruction of property. Usually the advance has been marked by war, which is called glorious. Sometimes it has been marked by riotings, which are deemed less glorious but are at least effective. That speech of mine, just quoted, will probably strike the reader as one inciting to violence and illegal action, things as a rule and in ordinary circumstances quite inexcusable. Well, I will call the reader's attention to what was, in this connection, a rather singular coincidence. At the very hour when I was making that speech, advising my audience of the political necessity of physical revolt, a responsible member of the government, in another hall, in another city, was telling his audience precisely the same thing. This cabinet minister, the Right Honourable C.E.H. Hobhouse, addressing a large anti-suffrage meeting in his constituency of Bristol, said that the suffrage movement was not a political issue because its adherents had failed to prove that behind this movement existed a large public demand. He declared that in the case of the suffrage demand there has not been the kind of popular sentimental uprising which accounted for Nottingham Castle in 1832 or the Hyde Park railings in 1867. There has not been a great ebullition of popular feeling. The popular sentimental uprising to which Mr. Hobhouse alluded was the burning to the ground of the castle of the anti-suffrage Duke of Newcastle, and of Colwick Castle, the country seat of another of the leaders of the opposition against the Franchise Bill. The militant men of that time did not select uninhabited buildings to be fired. They burned both these historic residences over their owners' heads. Indeed, the wife of the owner of Colwick Castle died as a result of shock and exposure on that occasion. No arrests were made, no men imprisoned. On the contrary, the King sent for the Premier, and begged the Whig ministers favourable to the Franchise Bill not to resign, and intimated that this was also the wish of the Lords who had thrown out the bill. Molesworth's History of England says, "These declarations were imperatively called for. The danger was imminent and the ministers knew it and did all that lay in their power to tranquilize the people, and to assure them that the bill was only delayed and not finally defeated. For a time the people believed this, but soon they lost patience, and seeing signs of a renewed activity on the part of the anti-suffragists, they became aggressive again." Bristol, the very city in which Mr. Hobhouse made his speech, was set on fire. The militant reformers burned the New Gaol, the toll houses, the Bishop's Palace, both sides of Queen's Square, including the Mansion House, the Custom House, the Excise Office, many warehouses, and other private property, the whole valued at over $100,500,000. It was as a result of such violence, and in fear of more violence, that the Reform Bill was hurried through Parliament and became law in June, 1832. Our demonstration, so mild by comparison with English men's political agitation, was announced for March 4, and the announcement created much public alarm. Sir William Byles gave notice that he would ask the Secretary of State for the Home Department whether his attention had been drawn to a speech by Mrs. Pankhurst last Friday night, openly and emphatically inciting her hearers to violent outrage and the destruction of property, and threatening the use of firearms if stones did not prove sufficiently effective, and what steps he proposes to take to protect society from this outbreak of lawlessness. The question was duly asked, and the Home Secretary replied that his attention had been called to the speech, but that it would not be desirable in the public interest to say more than this at present. Whatever preparations the police department were making to prevent the demonstration, they failed because, while as usual, we were able to calculate exactly what the police department were going to do, they were utterly unable to calculate what we were going to do. We had planned a demonstration for March 4, and this one we announced. We planned another demonstration for March 1, but this one we did not announce. Late in the afternoon of Friday, March 1, I drove in a taxicab, accompanied by the Honourable Secretary of the Union, Mrs. Tuke, and another of our members, to number 10 Downing Street, the official residence of the Prime Minister. It was exactly 5:30 when we alighted from the cab and threw our stones, 4 of them, through the window panes. As we expected, we were promptly arrested and taken to Cannon Row Police Station. The hour that followed will long be remembered in London. At intervals of 15 minutes, relays of women who had volunteered for the demonstration did their work. The first smashing of glass occurred in the Haymarket and Piccadilly, and greatly startled and alarmed both pedestrians and police. A large number of the women were arrested, and everybody thought that this ended the affair. But before the excited populace and the frustrated shop owners' first exclamation had died down, before the police had reached the station with their prisoners, the ominous crashing and splintering of plate glass began again, this time along both sides of Regent Street and the Strand. A furious rush of police and people towards the second scene of action ensued. While their attention was being taken up with occurrences in this quarter, the third relay of women began breaking the windows in Oxford Circus and Bond Street. The demonstration ended for the day at 6:30 with the breaking of many windows in the Strand. The Daily Mail gave this graphic account of the demonstration. From every part of the crowded and brilliantly lighted streets came the crash of splintered glass. People started as a window shattered at their side. Suddenly there was another crash in front of them, on the other side of the street, behind everywhere. Scared shop assistants came running out to the pavements, traffic stopped, policemen sprang this way and that. 5 minutes later the streets were a procession of excited groups, each surrounding a woman wrecker being led in custody to the nearest police station. Meanwhile, the shopping quarter of London had plunged itself into a sudden twilight. Shutters were hurriedly fitted, the rattle of iron curtains being drawn came from every side. Guards of commissionaires and shopmen were quickly mounted, and any unaccompanied lady in sight, especially if she carried a handbag, became an object of menacing suspicion. At the hour when this demonstration was being made, a conference was being held at Scotland Yard to determine what should be done to prevent the smashing of windows on the coming Monday night. But we had not announced the hour of our March 4th protest. I had in my speech simply invited women to assemble in Parliament Square on the evening of March 4th, and they accepted the invitation. Said the Daily Telegraph. By 6 o'clock the neighbourhood houses of Parliament were in a stage of siege. Shopkeepers in almost every instance barricaded their premises, removed goods from the windows and prepared for the worst. A few minutes before 6 o'clock a huge force of police, amounting to nearly 3,000 constables, was posted in Parliament Square, Whitehall, and streets adjoining, and large reserves were gathered in Westminster Hall and Scotland Yard. By 8:30 Whitehall was packed from end to end with police and public. Mounted constables rode up and down Whitehall keeping the people on the move. At no time was there any sign of danger. The demonstration had taken place in the morning, when 100 or more women walked quietly into Knightsbridge and walking singly along the streets demolished nearly every pane of glass they passed. Taken by surprise, the police arrested as many as they could reach, but most of the women escaped. For that 2 days' work something like 200 suffragettes were taken to the various police stations, and for days the long procession of women streamed through the courts. The dismayed magistrates found themselves facing, not only former rebels, but many new ones, in some cases, women whose names, like that of Dr. Ethel Smith, the composer, were famous throughout Europe. These women, when arraigned, made clear and lucid statements of their positions and their motives, but magistrates are not schooled to examine motives. They are trained to think only of laws and mostly of laws protecting property. Their ears are not tuned to listen to words like those spoken by one of the prisoners, who said, "We have tried every means processions and meetings which were of no avail. We have tried demonstrations, and now at last we have to break windows. I wish I had broken more. I am not in the least repentant. Our women are working in far worse condition than the striking miners. I have seen widows struggling to bring up their children. Only 2 out of every 5 are fit to be soldiers. What is the good of a country like ours? England is absolutely on the wane. You only have one point of view, and that is the men's, and while men have done the best they could, they cannot go far without the women and the women's views. We believe the whole is in a muddle too horrible to think of. The coal miners were at that time engaging in a terrible strike, and the government, instead of arresting the leaders, were trying to come to terms of peace with them. I reminded the magistrate of this fact, and I told him that what the women had done was but a fleabite by comparison with the miners' violence. I said further, I hope our demonstration will be enough to show the government that the women's agitation is going on. If not, if you send me to prison, I will go further to show that women who have to help pay the salaries of cabinet ministers, and your salary too, sir, are going to have some voice in the making of the laws they have to obey. I was sentenced to 2 months' imprisonment. Others received sentences ranging from 1 week to 2 months, while those who were accused of breaking glass above £5 in value were committed for trial in higher courts. They were sent to prison on remand, and when the last of us were behind the grim gates, not only Holloway but 3 other women's prisons were taxed to provide for so many extra inmates. It was a stormy imprisonment for most of us. A great many of the women had received, in addition to their sentences, hard labor, and this meant that the privileges at that time accorded to suffragettes, as political offenders, were withheld. The women adopted the hunger strike as a protest, but as the hint was conveyed to me that the privileges would be restored, I advised a cessation of the strike. The remand prisoners demanded that I be allowed to exercise with them, and when this was not answered they broke the windows of their cells. The other suffrage prisoners, hearing the sound of shattered glass, and the singing of the Marseillaise, immediately broke their windows. The time had long gone by when the suffragettes submitted meekly to prison discipline. And so passed the first days of my imprisonment. Chapter 3. The sentence of 9 months astonished us beyond measure, especially in view of certain very recent events, one of these being the case of some sailors who had mutinied in order to call attention to something which they considered a peril to themselves and to all seafarers. They were tried and found technically guilty, but because of the motive behind their mutiny, were discharged without punishment. Perhaps more nearly like our case than this was the case of the Labour leader, Tom Mann, who, shortly before, had written a pamphlet calling upon His Majesty's soldiers not to fire upon strikers when commanded to do so by their superior officers. From the government's point of view, this was a much more serious kind of inciting than ours, because if it had been responded to, the authorities would have been absolutely crippled in maintaining order. Besides, soldiers who refuse to obey orders are liable to the death penalty. Tom Mann was given a sentence of 6 months, but this was received, on the part of the Liberal press and Liberal politicians, with so much clamour and protest that the prisoner was released at the end of 2 months. So, even on our way to prison, we told one another that our sentences could not stand. Public opinion would never permit the government to keep us in prison for 9 months, or in the second division for any part of our term. We agreed to wait 7 parliamentary days before we began a hunger strike protest. It was very dreary waiting, those 7 parliamentary days, because we could not know what was happening outside, or what was being talked of in the House. We could know nothing of the protests and memorials that were pouring in, on our behalf, from Oxford and Cambridge universities, from members of learned societies, and from distinguished men and women of all professions, not only in England but in every country of Europe, from the United States and Canada, and even from India. An international memorial asking that we be treated as political prisoners was signed by such great men and women as Professor Paul Miliukov, leader of the Constitutional Democrats in the Duma, Signor Enrico Ferri, of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, Edward Bernstein, of the German Reichstag, George Brands, Edward Westermarck, Madame Curie, Ellen Key, Maurice Maeterlinck, and many others. The greatest indignation was expressed in the House, Keir Hardie and Mr. George Lansbury leading in the demand for a drastic revision of our sentences and our immediate transference to the First Division. So much pressure was brought to bear that within a few days the Home Secretary announced that he felt it his duty to examine into the circumstances of the case without delay. He explained that the prisoners had not at any time been forced to wear prison clothes. Ultimately, which in this case means shortly before the expiration of the 7 parliamentary days, we were all 3 placed in the First Division. Mrs. Pethick Lawrence was given the cell formerly occupied by Dr. Jameson, and I had the cell adjoining. Mr. Pethick Lawrence, in Brixton Gaol, was similarly accommodated. We all had the privilege of furnishing our cells with comfortable chairs, tables, our own bedding, towels, and so on. We had meals sent in from the outside, we wore our own clothing and had what books, newspapers, and writing materials we required. We were not permitted to write or receive letters or to see our friends except in the ordinary 2 weeks routine. Still, we had gained our point that suffrage prisoners were politicals. We had gained it, but, as it turned out, only for ourselves. When we made the inquiry, "Are all our women now transferred to the First Division?" the answer was that the order for transference referred only to Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence and myself. Needless to say, we immediately refused to accept this unfair advantage, and after we had exhausted every means in our power to induce the Home Secretary to give the other suffrage prisoners the same justice that we had received, we adopted the protest of the hunger strike. The word flew swiftly through Holloway, and in some mysterious way travelled to Brixton, to Aylesbury, and Winson Green, and at once all the other suffrage prisoners followed our lead. The government then had over 80 hunger strikers on their hands, and, as before, had ready only the argument of force, which means that disgusting and cruel process of forcible feeding. Holloway became a place of horror and torment. Sickening scenes of violence took place almost every hour of the day, as the doctors went from cell to cell performing their hideous office. One of the men did his work in such brutal fashion that the very sight of him provoked cries of horror and anguish. I shall never while I live forget the suffering I experienced during the days when those cries were ringing in my ears. In her frenzy of pain, one woman threw herself from the gallery on which her cell opened. A wire netting 8 feet below broke her fall to the iron staircase beneath, else she must inevitably have been killed. As it was, she was frightfully hurt. The wholesale hunger strike created a tremendous stir throughout England, and every day in the House the ministers were harassed with questions. The climax was reached on the 3rd or 4th day of the strike, when a stormy scene took place in the House of Commons. The Under Home Secretary, Mr. Ellis Griffith, had been mercilessly questioned as to conditions under which the forcible feeding was being done, and as soon as this was over, one of the suffragist members made a moving appeal to the Prime Minister himself to order the release of all the prisoners. Mr. Asquith, forced against his will to take part in the controversy, rose and said that it was not for him to interfere with the actions of his colleague, Mr. McKenna, and he added, in his own suave, mendacious manner, "I must point out this, that there is not one single prisoner who cannot go out of prison this afternoon on giving the undertaking asked for by the Home Secretary," meaning an undertaking to refrain henceforth from militancy. Instantly Mr. George Lansbury sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "You know they cannot. It is perfectly disgraceful that the Prime Minister of England should make such a statement." Mr. Asquith glanced carelessly at the indignant Lansbury, but sank into his seat without deigning to reply. Shocked to the depths of his soul by the insult thrown at our women, Mr. Lansbury strode up to the ministerial bench and confronted the Prime Minister, saying again, "That was a disgraceful thing for you to say, sir. You are beneath contempt, you and your colleagues. You call yourselves gentlemen, and you forcibly feed and murder women in this fashion. You ought to be driven out of office. Talk about protesting. It is the most disgraceful thing that ever happened in the history of England. You will go down to history as the men who tortured innocent women." By this time the House was seething, and the indignant Labour member had to shout at the top of his big voice in order to be heard over the din. Mr. Asquith's pompous order that Mr. Lansbury leave the House for the day was probably known to very few until it appeared in print next day. At all events, Mr. Lansbury continued his protest for 5 minutes longer. "You murder, torture and drive women mad," he cried, "and then you tell them they can walk out. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You talk about principle, you talk about fighting in Ulster, you, too, turning to the unionist benches, you ought to be driven out of public life. These women are showing you what principle is. You ought to honour them for standing up for their womanhood. I tell you, Commons of England, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves." The Speaker came to Mr. Asquith's rescue at last and adjured Mr. Lansbury that he must obey the Prime Minister's order to leave the House, saying that such disorderly conduct would cause the House to lose respect. "Sir," exclaimed Mr. Lansbury, in a final burst of righteous rage, "it has lost it already." This unprecedented explosion of wrath and scorn against the government was the sensation of the hour, and it was felt on all sides that the release of the prisoners, or at least cessation of forcible feeding, which amounted to the same thing, would be ordered. Every day the suffragettes marched in great crowds to Holloway, serenading the prisoners and holding protest meetings to immense crowds. The music and the cheering, faintly wafted to our straining ears, was inexpressibly sweet. Yet it was while listening to one of these serenades that the most dreadful moment of my imprisonment occurred. I was lying in bed, very weak from starvation, when I heard a sudden scream from Mrs. Lawrence's cell, then the sound of a prolonged and very violent struggle, and I knew that they had dared to carry their brutal business to our doors. I sprang out of bed and, shaking with weakness and with anger, I set my back against the wall and waited for what might come. In a few moments they had finished with Mrs. Lawrence and had flung open the door of my cell. On the threshold I saw the doctors, and back of them a large group of wardresses. "Mrs. Pankhurst," began the doctor. Instantly I caught up a heavy earthenware water jug from a table hard by, and with hands that now felt no weakness I swung the jug head high. "If any of you dares so much as to take one step inside this cell, I shall defend myself," I cried. Nobody moved or spoke for a few seconds, and then the doctor confusedly muttered something about tomorrow morning doing as well, and they all retreated. I demanded to be admitted to Mrs. Lawrence's cell, where I found my companion in a desperate state. She is a strong woman, and a very determined one, and it had required the united strength of 9 wardresses to overcome her. They had rushed into the cell without any warning, and had seized her unawares, else they might not have succeeded at all. As it was, she resisted so violently that the doctors could not apply the stethoscope, and they had very great difficulty in getting the tube down. After the wretched affair was over, Mrs. Lawrence fainted, and for hours afterwards was very ill. This was the last attempt made to forcibly feed either Mrs. Lawrence or myself, and 2 days later we were ordered released on medical grounds. The other hunger strikers were released in batches, as every day a few more triumphant rebels approached the point where the government stood in danger of committing actual murder. Mr. Lawrence, who was forcibly fed twice a day for more than 10 days, was released in a state of complete collapse on July 1. Within a few days after that, the last of the prisoners were at liberty. As soon as I was sufficiently recovered, I went to Paris and had the joy of seeing again my daughter Christable, who, during all the days of strife and misery, had kept her personal anxiety in the background and had kept staunchly at her work of leadership. The absence of Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence had thrown the entire responsibility of the editorship of our paper, Votes for Women, on her shoulders, but as she has invariably risen to meet new responsibility, she conducted the paper with skill and discretion. We had much to talk about and to consider, because it was evident that militancy, instead of being dropped, as the other suffrage societies were constantly suggesting, must go on very much more vigorously than before. The struggle had been too long drawn out. We had to seek ways to shorten it, to bring it to such a climax that the government would acknowledge that something had to be done. We had already demonstrated that our forces were impregnable. We could not be conquered, we could not be terrified, we could not even be kept in prison. Therefore, since the government had their war lost in advance, our task was merely to hasten the surrender. The situation in Parliament, as far as the suffrage question was concerned, was clean swept and barren. The third conciliation bill had failed to pass its second reading, the majority against it being 14. Many Liberal members were afraid to vote for the bill because Mr. Lloyd George and Mr. Lewis Harcourt had persistently spread the rumour that its passage, at that time, would result in splitting the cabinet. The Irish nationalist members had become hostile to the bill because their leader, Mr. Redmond, was an anti-suffragist, and had refused to include a woman's suffrage clause in the Home Rule Bill. Our erstwhile friends, the Labour members, were so apathetic, or so fearful for certain of their own measures, that most of them stayed away from the House on the day the bill reached its second reading. So it was lost, and the militants were blamed for its loss. In June the government announced that Mr. Asquith's manhood suffrage bill would soon be introduced, and very soon after this the bill did appear. It simplified the registration machinery, reduced the qualifying period of residence to 6 months, and abolished property qualifications, plural voting, and university representation. In a word, it gave the parliamentary franchise to every man above the age of 21 and it denied it to all women. Never in the history of the suffrage movement had such an affront been offered to women, and never in the history of England had such a blow been aimed at women's liberties. It is true that the Prime Minister had pledged himself to introduce a bill capable of being amended to include women's suffrage, and to permit any amendment that passed its second reading to become a part of the bill. But we had no faith in an amendment, nor in any bill that was not from its inception an official government measure. Mr. Asquith had broken every pledge he had ever made the women, and this new pledge impressed us not at all. Well we knew that he had given it only to cover his treachery in torpedoing the Conciliation Bill, and in the hope of placating the suffragists, perhaps securing another truce to militancy. If this last was his hope, he was most grievously disappointed. Signs were constantly appearing to indicate that women would no longer be contented with the symbolic militancy involved in window breaking. For example, traces were found in the Home Secretary's office at Whitehall of an attempt at arson. On the doorstep of another cabinet minister, similar traces were found. Had the government acted upon these warnings, by giving women the vote, all the serious acts of militancy that have occurred since would have been averted. But like the heart of Pharaoh, the heart of the government hardened, and militant acts followed one another in rapid succession. In July, the WSPU issued a manifesto which set forth our intentions in that regard. The manifesto read in part as follows. The leaders of the Women's Social and Political Union have so often warned the government that unless the vote were granted to women in response to the mild militancy of the past, a fiercer spirit of revolt would be awakened which it would be impossible to control. The government have blindly disregarded the warning, and now they are reaping the harvest of their unstatesmanlike folly. This was issued immediately after a visit paid by Mr. Asquith to Dublin. The occasion had been intended to be one of great pomp and circumstance, a huge popular demonstration in honor of the sponsor of Home Rule, but the suffragettes turned it into the most lamentable fiasco imaginable. From the hour of Mr. Asquith's attempted secret departure from London until his return, he lived and moved in momentary dread of suffragettes. Every time he entered or left a railway carriage or a steamer, he was confronted by women. Every time he rose to speak, he was interrupted by women. Every public appearance he made was turned into a riot by women. As he left Dublin, a woman threw a hatchet into his motor car, without, however, doing him any injury. As a final protest against his reception by Irishmen, the Theatre Royal was set on fire by two women. The theatre was practically empty at the time, the performance having been completed, and the damage done was comparatively small, yet the two women chiefly concerned, Mrs. Lee and Miss Evans, were given the barbarous sentences of 5 years each in prison. These were the first women sentenced to penal servitude in the history of our movement. Of course, they did not serve their sentences. On entering Mountjoy prison, they put in the usual claim for first division treatment, and this being refused, they immediately adopted the hunger strike. A number of Irish suffragettes were in Mountjoy at this time for a protest made against the exclusion of women from the Home Rule Bill. They were in the first division, and they were almost on the eve of their release, but such is the indomitable spirit of militancy that these women entered upon a sympathetic hunger strike. They were released, but the government forbade the release of Mrs. Lee and Miss Evans, that is, they ordered the authorities to retain the women as long as they could, by forcible feeding, be kept alive. After a struggle which, for fierceness and cruelty, is almost unparalleled in our annals, the two women fought their way out. All during that summer militancy surged up and down throughout the kingdom. A series of attacks on golf links was instituted, not at all in a spirit of wanton mischief, but with the direct and very practical object of reminding the dull and self-satisfied English public that when the liberties of English women were being stolen from them was no time to think of sports. The women selected country clubs where prominent Liberal politicians were wont to take their weekend pleasures, and with acids they burned great patches of turf, rendering the golf greens useless for the time being. They burned the words, "Votes for Women," in some cases, and always they left behind them reminders that women were warring for their freedom. On one occasion, when the court was at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, the suffragettes invaded the royal golf links, and when Sunday morning dawned, all the marking flags were found to have been replaced by WSU flags hearing inscriptions such as "Votes for Women means peace for ministers," "Forcible feeding must be stopped," and the like. The golf links were frequently visited by suffragettes in order to question recreant ministers. Two women followed the Prime Minister to Inverness, where he was playing golf with Mr. McKenna. Approaching the men, one suffragette exclaimed, "Mr. Asquith, you must stop forcible feeding." She got no farther, for Mr. Asquith, turning pale with rage, perhaps retreated behind the Home Secretary, who, quite forgetting his manners, seized the suffragette, crying out that he was going to throw her into the pond. "Then we will take you with us," the two retorted, after which a very lively scuffle ensued, and the women were not thrown into the pond. This golf green activity really aroused more hostility against us than all the window breaking. The papers published appeals to us not to interfere with a game that helped weary politicians to think clearly, but our reply to this was that it had not had any such effect on the Prime Minister or Mr. Lloyd George. We had undertaken to spoil their sport and that of a large class of comfortable men in order that they should be obliged to think clearly about women, and women's firm determination to get justice. I made my return to active work in the autumn by speaking at a great meeting of the WSPU, held in the Albert Hall. At that meeting I had the announcement to make that the 6 years association of Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence with the WSPU had ended. Since personal dissensions have never been dwelt upon in the WSPU, have never been allowed to halt the movement or to interfere for an hour with its progress, I shall not here say any more about this important dissension than I said at our first large meeting in Albert Hall after the holiday, on October 17th. That day a new paper was sold on the streets. It was called the Suffragette, it was edited by Emmeline Pankhurst, and was henceforth to be the official organ of the Union. Both in this new paper and in Votes for Women, the following announcement appeared. Grave statement by the leaders. At the first reunion of the leaders after the enforced holiday, Mrs. Pankhurst and Miss Christabel Pankhurst outlined a new militant policy which Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence found themselves altogether unable to approve. Mrs. Pankhurst and Miss Christabel Pankhurst indicated that they were not prepared to modify their intentions, and recommended that Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence should resume control of the paper, Votes for Women, and should leave the Women's Social and Political Union. Rather than make schism in the ranks of the Union, Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence consented to take this course. This was signed by all four. That night at the meeting I further explained to the members that, hard as partings from old friends and comrades unquestionably were, we must remember that we were fighting in an army, and that unity of purpose and unity of policy are absolutely necessary, because without them the army is hopelessly weakened. It is better, I said, that those who cannot agree, cannot see eye to eye as to policy, should set themselves free, should part, and should be free to continue their policy as they see it in their own way, unfettered by those with whom they can no longer agree. Continuing, I said, I give place to none in appreciation and gratitude to Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence for the incalculable services that they have rendered the militant movement for woman's suffrage, and I firmly believe that the women's movement will be strengthened by their being free to work for woman's suffrage in the future as they think best, while we of the Women's Social and Political Union shall continue the militant agitation for woman's suffrage initiated by my daughter and myself and a handful of women more than 6 years ago. I then went on to survey the situation in which the WSPU now stood and to outline the new militant policy which he had decided upon. This policy, to begin with, was relentless opposition, not only to the party in power, the Liberal Party, but to all parties in the coalition. I reminded the women that the government that had tricked and betrayed us and was now plotting to make our progress towards citizenship doubly difficult, was kept in office through the coalition of 3 parties. There was the Liberal Party, nominally the governing party, but they could not live another day without the coalition of the Nationalist and the Labour parties. So we should say, not only to the Liberal Party but to the Nationalist Party and the Labour Party, so long as you keep in office an anti-suffrage government, you are parties to their guilt, and from henceforth we offer you the same opposition which we give to the people whom you are keeping in power with your support. I said further, we have summoned the Labour Party to do their duty by their own programme, and to go into opposition to the government on every question until the government do justice to women. They apparently are not willing to do that. Some of them tell us that other things are more important than the liberty of women than the liberty of working women. We say, then, gentlemen, we must teach you the value of your own principles, And until you are prepared to stand for the right of women to decide their lives and the laws under which they shall live, you, with Mr. Asquith and company, are equally responsible for all that has happened and is happening to women in this struggle for emancipation. Outlining further our new and stronger policy of aggression, I said, there is a great deal of criticism, ladies and gentlemen, of this movement. It always seems to me when the anti-suffrage members of the government criticize militancy in women that it is very like beasts of prey reproaching the gentler animals who turn in desperate resistance when at the point of death. Criticism from gentlemen who do not hesitate to order out armies to kill and slay their opponents, who do not hesitate to encourage party mobs to attack defenseless women in public meetings. Criticism from them hardly rings true. Then I get letters from people who tell me that they are ardent suffragists but who say that they do not like the recent developments in the militant movement, and implore me to urge the members not to be reckless with human life. Ladies and gentlemen, the only recklessness the militant suffragists have shown about human life has been about their own lives and not about the lives of others, and I say here and now that it has never been and never will be the policy of the Women's Social and Political Union recklessly to endanger human life. We leave that to the enemy. We leave that to the men in their warfare. It is not the method of women. No, even from the point of view of public policy, militancy affecting the security of human life would be out of place. There is something that governments care far more for than human life, and that is the security of property, and so it is through property that we shall strike the enemy. From henceforward the women who agree with me will say, we disregard your laws, gentlemen, we set the liberty and the dignity and the welfare of women above all such considerations, and we shall continue this war, as we have done in the past, and what sacrifice of property, or what injury to property accrues will not be our fault. It will be the fault of that government who admit the justice of our demands, but refuses to concede them without the evidence, so they have told us, afforded to governments of the past, that those who asked for liberty were in earnest in their demand. I called upon the women of the meeting to join me in this new militancy, and I reminded them anew that the women who were fighting in the suffragette army had a great mission, the greatest mission the world has ever known, the freeing of one half the human race, and through that freedom the saving of the other half. I said to them, be militant each in your own way. Those of you who can express your militancy by going to the House of Commons and refusing to leave without satisfaction, as we did in the early days, do so. Those of you who can express militancy by facing party mobs at cabinet ministers' meetings, when you remind them of their falseness to principle, do so. Those of you who can express your militancy by joining us in our anti-government by-election policy, do so. Those of you who can break windows, break them. Those of you who can still further attack the secret idol of property, so as to make the government realize that property is as greatly endangered by women's suffrage as it was by the Chartists of old, do so. And my last word is to the government. I incite this meeting to rebellion. I say to the government, you have not dared to take the leaders of Ulster for their incitement to rebellion. Take me if you dare, but if you dare, I tell you this, that so long as those who incited to armed rebellion and the destruction of human life in Ulster are at liberty, you will not keep me in prison. So long as men rebels and voters are at liberty, we will not remain in prison, First Division or no First Division. I ask my readers, some of whom no doubt will be shocked and displeased at these words of mine that I have so frankly set down, to put themselves in the place of those women who for years had given their lives entirely and unstintingly to the work of securing political freedom for women, who had converted so great a proportion of the electorate that, had the House of Commons been a free body, we should have won that freedom years before, who had seen their freedom withheld from them through treachery and misuse of power. I ask you to consider that we had used, in our agitation, only peaceful means until we saw clearly that peaceful means were absolutely of no avail, and then for years we had used only the mildest militancy, until we were taunted by cabinet ministers, and told that we should never get the vote until we employed the same violence that men had used in their agitation for suffrage. After that we had used stronger militancy, but even that, by comparison with the militancy of men in labor disputes, could not possibly be counted as violent. Through all these stages of our agitation we had been punished with the greatest severity, sent to prison like common criminals, and of late years tortured as no criminals have been tortured for a century in civilized countries of the world. And during all these years we had seen disastrous strikes that had caused suffering and death, to say nothing at all of the enormous economic waste, and we had never seen a single strike leader punished as we had been. We, who had suffered sentences of 9 months' imprisonment for inciting women to mild rebellion, had seen a labor leader who had done his best to incite an army to mutiny released from prison in 2 months by the government. And now we had come to a point where we saw civil war threatened, where we read in the papers everyday reports of speeches 1,000 times more incendiary than anything we had ever said. We heard prominent members of Parliament openly declaring that if the Home Rule Bill was passed, Ulster would fight, and Ulster would be right. None of these men were arrested. Instead they were applauded. Lord Selborne, one of our sternest critics, referring to the fact that Ulster men were drilling under arms, said publicly, "The method which the people of Ulster are adopting to show the depths of their convictions and the intensity of their feelings will impress the imagination of the whole country." But Lord Selborne was not arrested. Neither were the mutinous officers who resigned their commissions when ordered to report for duty against the men of Ulster who were actually preparing for civil war. What does all this mean? Why is it that men's bloodshedding militancy is applauded and women's symbolic militancy punished with a prison cell and the forcible feeding horror? It means simply this, that men's double standard of sex morals, whereby the victims of their lust are counted as outcasts, while the men themselves escape all social censure, really applies to morals in all departments of life. Men make the moral code and they expect women to accept it. They have decided that it is entirely right and proper for men to fight for their liberties and their rights, but that it is not right and proper for women to fight for theirs. They have decided that for men to remain silently quiescent while tyrannical rulers impose bonds of slavery upon them is cowardly and dishonorable, but that for women to do that same thing is not cowardly and dishonorable, but merely respectable. Well, the suffragettes absolutely repudiate that double standard of morals. If it is right for men to fight for their freedom, and God knows what the human race would be like today if men had not, since time began, fought for their freedom, then it is right for women to fight for their freedom and the freedom of the children they bear. On this declaration of faith, the militant women of England rest their case. Footnote: there is no question that a great deal of the animus directed against us during 1913 and 1914 by the government was due to sex bitterness stirred up by a series of articles written by Emmeline Pankhurst and published in the Suffragette. These articles, a fearless and authoritative exposé of the evils of sexual immoralities and their blasting effect on innocent wives and children, have since been published in a book called The Great Scourge, and How to End It, issued by David Nutt, New Oxford Street, London W.C. Chapter 4. I had called upon women to join me in striking at the government through the only thing that governments are really very much concerned about, property, and the response was immediate. Within a few days the newspapers rang with the story of the attack made on letterboxes in London, Liverpool, Birmingham, Bristol, and half a dozen other cities. In some cases the boxes, when opened by postmen, mysteriously burst into flame, in others the letters were destroyed by corrosive chemicals, in still others the addresses were rendered illegible by black fluids. Altogether it was estimated that over 5,000 letters were completely destroyed and many thousands more were delayed in transit. It was with a deep sense of their gravity that these letter-burning protests were undertaken, but we felt that something drastic must be done in order to destroy the apathy of the men of England who view with indifference the suffering of women oppressed by unjust laws. As we pointed out, letters, precious though they may be, are less precious than human bodies and souls. This fact was universally realized at the sinking of the Titanic. Letters and valuables disappeared forever, but their loss was forgotten in the far more terrible loss of the multitude of human lives. And so, in order to call attention to greater crimes against human beings, our letter burnings continued. In only a few cases were the offenders apprehended, and one of the few women arrested was a helpless cripple, a woman who could move about only in a wheeled chair. She received a sentence of 8 months in the First Division, and, resolutely hunger striking, was forcibly fed with unusual brutality, the prison doctor deliberately breaking one of her teeth in order to insert a gag. In spite of her disabilities and her weakness, the crippled girl persisted in her hunger strike and her resistance to prison rules, and within a short time had to be released. The excessive sentences of the other pillar box destroyers resolved themselves into very short terms because of the resistance of the prisoners, every one of whom adopted the hunger strike. Having shown the government that we were in deadly earnest when we declared that we would adopt guerrilla warfare, and also that we would not remain in prison, we announced a truce in order that the government might have full opportunity to fulfill their pledge in regard to a woman suffrage amendment to the franchise bill. We did not, for one moment, believe that Mr. Asquith would willingly keep his word. We knew that he would break it if he could, but there was a bare chance that he would not find this possible. However, our principal reason for declaring the truce was that we believed that the Prime Minister would find a way of evading his promise, and we were determined that the blame should be placed, not on militancy, but on the shoulders of the real traitor. We reviewed the history of past suffrage bills. In 1908 the bill had passed its second reading by a majority of 179, and then Mr. Asquith had refused to allow it to go on. In 1910 the Conciliation Bill passed its second reading by a majority of 110, and again Mr. Asquith blocked its progress, pledging himself that if the bill were reintroduced in 1911, in a form rendering it capable of free amendment, it would be given full facilities for becoming law. These conditions were met in 1911, and we saw how the bill, after receiving the increased majority of 167 votes, was torpedoed by the introduction of a government manhood suffrage bill. Mr. Asquith this time had pledged himself that the bill would be so framed that a woman suffrage amendment could be added, and he further pledged that in case such an amendment was carried through its second reading, he would allow it to become a part of the bill. Just exactly how the government would manage to wriggle out of their promise was a matter of excited speculation. All sorts of rumors were flying about, some hinting at the resignation of the Prime Minister, some suggesting the possibility of a general election, others that the amended bill would carry with it a forced referendum on women's suffrage. It was also said that the intention of the government was to delay the bill so long that, after it was passed in the House, it would be excluded from the benefits of the Parliament Acts, according to which a bill, delayed of passage beyond the first 2 years of the life of a parliament, has no chance of being considered by the Lords. In order to become a law without the sanction of the House of Lords, a bill must pass 3 times through the House of Commons. The prospect of a woman suffrage bill doing that was practically nil. To none of the rumors would Mr. Asquith give specific denial, and in fact the only positive utterance he made on the subject of the franchise bill was that he considered it highly improbable that the House would pass a woman's suffrage amendment. In order to discourage woman's suffrage sentiment in the House, Mr. Lloyd George and Mr. Lewis Harcourt again busied themselves with spreading pessimistic prophecies of a cabinet split in case an amendment was carried. No other threat, they well knew, would so terrorize the timid backbench Liberals, who, in addition to their blind party loyalty, stood in fear of losing their seats in the general election which would follow such a split. Rather than risk their political jobs, they would have sacrificed any principle. Of course the hint of a cabinet split was pure bunkum, and it deceived few of the members. But it established very clearly one thing, and this was that Mr. Asquith's promise that the House should be left absolutely free to decide the suffrage issue, and that the Cabinet stood ready to bow to the decision of the House was never meant to be fulfilled. The franchise bill unamended, by its very wording, specifically denied the right of any woman to vote. Sir Edward Grey moved an amendment deleting from the bill the word male, thus leaving room for a women's suffrage amendment. 2 such amendments were moved, one providing for adult suffrage for men and women, and the other providing full suffrage for women householders and wives of householders. The latter postponed the voting age of women to 25 years, instead of the men's 21. On January 24, 1913, debate on the first of the amendments was begun. A day and a half had been allotted to consideration of Sir Edward Grey's amendment, which if carried would leave the way clear for consideration of the other 2, to each of which 1/3 of a day was allotted. We had arranged for huge meetings to be held every day during the debates, and on the day before they were to open we sent a deputation of working women, led by Mrs. Drummond and Miss Annie Kenny, to interview Mr. Lloyd George and Sir Edward Grey. We had asked Mr. Asquith to receive the deputation, but, as usual, he refused. The deputation consisted of the 2 leaders, 4 cotton mill operatives from Lancashire, 4 workers in sweated trades of London, 2 pit brow lasses, 2 teachers, 2 trained nurses, 1 shop assistant, 1 laundress, 1 boot and shoe worker and 1 domestic worker, 20 in all, the exact number specified by Mr. Lloyd George. Some hundreds of working women escorted the deputation to the official residence of the Chancellor of the Exchequer and waited anxiously in the street to hear the result of the audience. The result was, of course, barren. Mr. Lloyd George glibly repeated his confidence in the great opportunity afforded by the Franchise Bill, and Sir Edward Grey, reminding the women of the divergence of view held by the members of Cabinet on the suffrage question, assured them that their best opportunity for success lay in an amendment to the present bill. The women spoke with the greatest candour to the 2 ministers and questioned them sharply as to the integrity of the Prime Minister's pledge to accept the amendments, if passed. To such depth of infamy had English politics sunk that it was possible for women openly to question the plighted word of the King's Chief Minister. Mrs. Drummond, who stands in awe of no human being, in plain words invited the slippery Mr. Lloyd George to clear his own character from obloquy. In the closing words of her speech she put the whole matter clearly up to him, saying, "Now, Mr. Lloyd George, you have doggedly stuck to your old age pensions, and the Insurance Act, and secured them, and what you have done for these measures you can do also for the women." The House met on the following afternoon to debate Sir Edward Grey's permissive amendment, but no sooner had the discussion opened than a veritable bombshell was cast into the situation. Mr. Bonar Law arose and asked for a ruling on the constitutionality of a woman's suffrage amendment to the bill as framed. The Speaker, who, besides acting as the presiding officer of the House, is its official parliamentarian, replied that, in his opinion, such an amendment would make a huge difference in the bill, and that he would be obliged, at a later stage of the debates, to consider carefully whether, if carried, any woman's suffrage amendment would not so materially alter the bill that it would have to be withdrawn. In spite of this sinister pronouncement, the House continued to debate the Grey Amendment, which was ably supported by Lord Hugh Cecil, Sir John Ralston, and others. During the intervening weekend holiday 2 cabinet councils were held, and when the House met on Monday the Prime Minister called upon the Speaker for his ruling. The Speaker declared that, in his opinion, the passage of any one of the woman's suffrage amendments would so alter the scope of the Franchise Bill as practically to create a new bill, because the measure, as it was framed, did not have for its main object the bestowal of the franchise on a hitherto excluded class. Had it been so framed, a woman's suffrage amendment would have been entirely proper. But the main object of the bill was to alter the qualification, or the basis of registration for a parliamentary vote. It would increase the male electorate, but only as an indirect result of the changed qualifications. An amendment to the bill removing the sex barrier from the election laws was not, in the Speaker's opinion, a proper one. The Prime Minister then announced the intentions of the Cabinet, which were to withdraw the Franchise Bill and to refrain from introducing, during that session, a plural voting bill. Mr. Asquith blandly admitted that his pledge in regard to women's suffrage had been rendered incapable of fulfillment, and he said that he felt constrained to give a new pledge to take its place. There were only two that could be given. The first was that the government should bring in a bill to enfranchise women, and this the government would not do. The second was that the government agree to give full facilities as to time, during the next session of Parliament, to a private member's bill, so drafted as to be capable of free amendment. This was the course that the government had decided to adopt. Mr. Asquith had the effrontery to say in conclusion that he thought that the House would agree that he had striven and had succeeded in giving effect, both in letter and in spirit, to every undertaking which the government had given. Two members only, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Keir Hardie, had the courage to stand up on the floor of the House and denounce the government's treachery, for treachery it unquestionably was. Mr. Asquith had pledged his sacred honour to introduce a bill that would be capable of an amendment to include women's suffrage, and he had framed a bill that could not be so amended. Whether he had done the thing deliberately, with the plain intention of selling out the women, or whether ignorance of parliamentary rules accounted for the failure of the bill was immaterial. The bill need not have been drawn in ignorance. The fount of wisdom represented by Mr. Speaker could have been consulted at the time the bill was under construction quite as easily as when it had reached the debating stage. Our paper said editorially, representing and perfectly expressing our members' views, either the government are so ignorant of parliamentary procedure that they are unfit to occupy any position of responsibility, or else they are scoundrels of the worst kind. I am inclined to think that the verdict of posterity will lean towards the later conclusion. If Mr. Asquith had been a man of honour, he would have reframed the franchise bill in such a way that it could have included a suffrage amendment, or else he would have made amends for his stupendous blunder if it was a blunder by introducing a government measure for women's suffrage. He did neither, but disposed of the matter by promising facilities for a private member's bill which he knew, and which everybody knew, could not possibly pass. There was no chance for a private member's bill, even with facilities, because of a number of reasons, but principally because the torpedoing of the Conciliation Bill had destroyed utterly the spirit of conciliation in which Conservatives, Liberals and Radicals in the House of Commons, and militant and non-militant women throughout the kingdom had set aside their differences of opinion and agreed to come together on a compromise measure. When the Second Conciliation Bill, of 1911, was under discussion, Lord Lytton had said, "If this bill does not go through, the woman's suffrage movement will not be stopped, but the spirit of conciliation of which this bill is an expression will be destroyed, and there will be war throughout the country, raging, tearing, fierce, bitter strife, though nobody wants it." Lord Lytton's words were prophetic. At this last brazen piece of trickery on the part of the government, the country blazed with bitter wrath. All the suffrage societies united in calling for a government measure for women's suffrage to be introduced without delay. The idle promise of facilities for a private member's bill was rejected with contumely and scorn. The Liberal Women's Executive Committee met, and a strong effort was made to pass a resolution threatening the withdrawal from party work of the entire federation, but this failed and the executive merely passed a feeble resolution of regret. The membership of the Women's Liberal Federation was, at that time, close to 200,000, and if the executive had passed the strong resolution, refusing to do any more work for the party until a government measure had been introduced, the government would have been forced to yield. They could not have faced the country without the support of the women. But these women, many of them, were wives of men in the service, the paid service of the Liberal Party. Many of them were wives of Liberal members. They lacked the courage, or the intelligence, or the insight, to declare war as a body on the government. A large number of women, and also many men, did resign from the Liberal Party, but the defections were not serious enough to affect the government. The militants declared, and proceeded instantly to carry out, unrelenting warfare. We announced that either we must have a government measure, or a cabinet split, those men in the cabinet calling themselves suffragists going out, or we would take up the sword again, never to lay it down until the enfranchisement of the women of England was won. It was at this time, February 1913, less than 2 years ago as I write these words, That militancy, as it is now generally understood by the public, began militancy in the sense of continued, destructive, guerrilla warfare against the government through injury to private property. Some property had been destroyed before this time, but the attacks were sporadic, and were meant to be in the nature of a warning as to what might become a settled policy. Now we indeed lighted the torch, and we did it with the absolute conviction that no other course was open to us. We had tried every other measure, as I am sure that I have demonstrated to my readers, and our years of work and suffering and sacrifice had taught us that the government would not yield to right and justice, what the majority of members of the House of Commons admitted was right and justice, but that the government would, as other governments invariably do, yield to expediency. Now our task was to show the government that it was expedient to yield to the women's just demands. In order to do that, we had to make England and every department of English life insecure and unsafe. We had to make English law a failure and the courts farce comedy theatres. We had to discredit the government and Parliament in the eyes of the world. We had to spoil English sports, hurt business, destroy valuable property, demoralize the world of society, shame the churches, upset the whole orderly conduct of life. That is, we had to do as much of this guerrilla warfare as the people of England would tolerate. When they came to the point of saying to the government, "Stop this," in the only way it can be stopped, by giving the women of England representation, then we should extinguish our torch. Americans, of all people, ought to see the logic of our reasoning. There is one piece of American oratory, beloved of schoolboys, which has often been quoted from militant platforms. In a speech now included among the classics of the English language, your great statesman, Patrick Henry, summed up the causes that led to the American Revolution. He said, "We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves at the foot of the throne, and it has all been in vain. We must fight, I repeat it, sir, we must fight." Patrick Henry, remember, was advocating killing people, as well as destroying private property, as the proper means of securing the political freedom of men. The suffragettes have not done that, and they never will. In fact, the moving spirit of militancy is deep and abiding reverence for human life. In the latter course of our agitation, I have been called upon to discuss our policies with many eminent men, politicians, literary men, barristers, scientists, clergymen. One of the last named, a high dignitary of the Church of England, told me that while he was a convinced suffragist, he found it impossible to justify our doing wrong that right might follow. I said to him, "We are not doing wrong, we are doing right in our use of revolutionary methods against private property. It is our work to restore thereby true values, to emphasize the value of human rights against property rights. You are well aware, sir, that property has assumed a value in the eyes of men, and in the eyes of the law, that it ought never to claim. It is placed above all human values. The lives and health and happiness, and even the virtue of women and children, that is to say, the race itself, are being ruthlessly sacrificed to the god of property every day of the world." To this my reverend friend agreed, and I said, "If we women are wrong in destroying private property in order that human values may be restored, then I say, in all reverence, that it was wrong for the founder of Christianity to destroy private property, as he did when he lashed the money changers out of the temple and when he drove the Gadarene swine into the sea. It was absolutely in this spirit that our women went forth to war. In the first month of guerrilla warfare, an enormous amount of property was damaged and destroyed. On January 31st, a number of putting greens were burned with acids. On February 7th and 8th, telegraph and telephone wires were cut in several places, and for some hours all communication between London and Glasgow were suspended. A few days later, windows in various of London's smartest clubs were broken, and the orchid houses at Kew were wrecked and many valuable blooms destroyed by cold. The Jewel Room at the Tower of London was invaded and a showcase broken. The residence of H.R.H. Prince Christian and Lambeth Palace, seat of the Archbishop of Canterbury, were visited and had windows broken. The refreshment house in Regent's Park was burned to the ground on February 12, and on February 18 the country house which was being built at Walton-on-the-Hill for Mr. Lloyd George was partially destroyed, a bomb having been exploded in the early morning before the arrival of the workmen. A hat pin and a hairpin picked up near the house coupled with the fact that care had been taken not to endanger any lives led the police to believe that the deed had been done by women enemies of Mr. Lloyd George. 4 days later I was arrested and brought up in Epsom Police Court, where I was charged with having counselled and procured the persons who did the damage. Admitted to bail for the night, I appeared next morning in court, where the case was fully reviewed. Speeches of mine were read, one speech, made at a meeting held on January 22, in which I called for volunteers to act with me in a particular engagement, and another, made the day after the explosion, in which I publicly accepted responsibility for all militant acts done in the past, and even for what had been done at Walton. At the conclusion of the hearing I was committed for trial at the May Assizes at Guildford. Bail would be allowed, it was stated, if I would agree to give the usual undertaking to refrain from all militancy or incitement to militancy. I asked that the case be set for speedy trial at the Assizes then in progress. I was entirely willing, I said, to give an undertaking for a short period, for a week, or even 2 weeks, but I could not possibly do so for a much longer period, looking at the fact that a new session of Parliament began in March, and was vitally concerned with the interests of women. The request was refused, and I was ordered to be taken to Holloway. I warned the magistrate that I should at once adopt the hunger strike, and I told him that if I lived at all until the summer it would be a dying woman who would come up for trial. Arriving at Holloway I carried out my intention, but within 24 hours I heard that the authorities had arranged that my trial should take place on April 1, instead of at the end of June, and at the Central Criminal Court, London, instead of the Guildford Court. I then gave the required undertakings and was immediately released on bail. Chapter 5. When I entered Old Bailey on that memorable Wednesday, April 2, 1913, to be tried for inciting to commit a felony, the court was packed with women. A great crowd of women who could not obtain the necessary tickets remained in the streets below for hours waiting news of the trial. A large number of detectives from Scotland Yard, and a still larger number of uniformed police were on duty both inside and outside the court. I could not imagine why it was considered necessary to have such a regiment of police on hand, for I had not, at that time, realized the state of terror into which the militant movement, in its new development, had thrown the authorities. Mr. Bodkin and Mr. Travers Humphreys appeared to prosecute on behalf of the Crown, and I conducted my own case, in consultation with my solicitor, Mr. Marshall. The judge, Mr. Justice Lush, having taken his seat, I entered the dock and listened to the reading of the indictment. I pled not guilty, not because I wished to evade responsibility for the explosion, I had already assumed that responsibility, but because the indictment accused me of having wickedly and maliciously incited women to crime. What I had done was not wicked of purpose, but quite the opposite of wicked. I could not therefore truthfully plead guilty. The trial having opened, the judge courteously asked me if I would like to sit down. I thanked him, and asked if I might also have a small table on which to place my papers. By orders of the judge a table was brought me. Mr. Bodkin opened the case by explaining the Malicious Damages to Property Act of 1861, under which I was charged, and after describing the explosion which had damaged the Lloyd George house at Walton, said that I was accused of being in the affair an accessory before the fact. It was not suggested, he said, that I was present when the crime was committed, but it was charged that I had moved and incited, counselled and procured women whose names were unknown to carry out that crime. It would be for the jury to decide, after the evidence had been presented, whether the facts did not point most clearly to the conclusion that women, probably 2 in number, who committed the crime were members of the Women's Social and Political Union, which had its office in Kingsway in London, and of which the defendant was the head, moving spirit and recognized leader. The blowing up of Mr. Lloyd George's house was then described in detail. That the damage was intended as an act against Mr. Lloyd George was clear, Mr. Bodkin said, from the malicious statements made against him by the prisoner. He produced a private letter written by me to a friend in which I had defended militancy, and said that not only had it become a duty but in the circumstances it had also become a political necessity. Said Mr. Bodkin. A letter of that kind proves very clearly several things. It shows that she is the leader. It shows her influence over the emotional members of this organization. It shows that according to her, militancy can be withheld for a time and let loose upon society at another time. And it further shows that any person or any woman who wants to indulge in militancy, which is only a picturesque expression for committing crimes against society, has to communicate with her, and with her alone, by word of mouth or by letter. That is the proclamation which went out to the members of this organization. The plain language of that letter is, if we don't get what we want, the government and their members will be responsible, and the government and the public will be bullied into giving us what we want. Many extracts from my speeches made in January and February were read, and the final speech made just before my arrest at Chelsea. But before they were read I said, I wish to lodge an objection now to the police reports of my speeches. They have been supplied to me, and the only report I accept is that of the journalist of Cardiff who is one of the witnesses. He has furnished a fairly accurate report of what I said in that town. The police reports I do not accept. They are grossly inaccurate and ignorant and ungrammatical, and they convey an absolutely wrong impression of what I said in many respects. Witnesses were then examined, the carter who heard and reported the explosion, the foreman in charge of the damaged house, who told the cost of the damages, and described the explosives, etc., found on the premises, several police officers who told of finding hairpins and a woman's rubber galoche in the house, and so on. Absolutely nothing was brought out that tended to show that the suffragettes had anything to do with the affair. The judge noted this, for he said to Mr. Bodkin, I am not quite sure how you present this case. There are two ways of looking at it. Do you only ask the jury to say that the defendant specifically counseled the perpetration of this crime, or do you also say that, looking at her speeches that you read assuming you prove that they were uttered, that the language used being a general incitement to damage property, anyone who acted on this invitation and perpetrated this outrage would be incited by her to do it? Mr. Bodkin replied that the latter assumption was correct. I say that the speeches generally are incitement to all kinds of acts of violence against property, and that they present evidence of attacks against property and a particular individual, and that there is evidence in the speeches which have been read, and which will be proved, of admissions by Mrs. Pankhurst of having been connected with the particular outrage in a way which makes her in law an accessory before the fact. But you do not confine the case to the latter way of putting it. No, replied Mr. Bodkin. Even if the jury are satisfied, said the judge, that Mrs. Pankhurst was not directly connected with this outrage by counselling it, you still ask the jury to say that by counselling, as you say she had in the speeches, the destruction of property, especially that belonging to a particular gentleman, anybody who acted on that and committed this outrage would have been incited by her to do it. Yes, my lord. I think, Mrs. Pankhurst, you now understand the way it is put, asked the judge. I understand it quite well, my lord, I replied. Proceedings were resumed on the following day, and the examination of witnesses for the prosecution went on. At the close of the examination, the judge inquired whether I desired to call any witnesses. I replied, I do not desire to give evidence or to call any witnesses, but I desire to address your lordship. I began by objecting to some of the things Mr. Bodkin had said in his speech which concerned me personally. He had referred to me, or at least his words conveyed the suggestion that I was a woman riding about in my motor car inciting other women to do acts which entail imprisonment and great suffering, while I, perhaps indulging in some curious form of pleasure, was protected, or thought myself protected, from serious consequences. I said that Mr. Bodkin knew perfectly well that I shared all the dangers the other women faced, that I had been in prison 3 times, serving 2 of the sentences in full, and being treated like an ordinary felon, searched, put in prison clothes, eating prison fare, given solitary confinement, and conforming to all the abominable rules imposed upon women who commit crimes in England. I thought I owed it to myself, especially as the same suggestions in regard to the luxury in which I lived, supported by the members of the WSVU, had been made, not only by Mr. Bodkin in court, but by members of the government in the House of Commons. I thought I owed it to myself to say that I owned no motor car and never had owned one. The car in which I occasionally rode was owned by the organization and was used for general propaganda work. In that car, and in cars owned by friends, I had gone about my work as a speaker in the woman suffrage movement. It was equally untrue, I said, that some of us were making incomes of £1,000 to £1,500 a year out of the suffrage movement, as had actually been alleged in the debates in the House in which members of Parliament were trying to decide how to crush militancy. No woman in our organisation was making any such income, or anything remotely like it. Myself, I had sacrificed a considerable portion of my income because I had to surrender a very important part of it in order to be free to do what I thought was my duty in the movement. Addressing myself to my defense, I told the court that it was a very serious condition of things when a large number of respectable and naturally law-abiding people of upright lives, came to hold the law in contempt, came seriously to making up their minds that they were justified in breaking the law. The whole of good government, I said, rests upon acceptance of the law, upon respect of the law, and I say to you seriously, my lord, and gentlemen of the jury, that women of intelligence, women of training, women of upright life, have for many years ceased to respect the laws of this country. It is an absolute fact, and when you look at the laws of this country as they affect women, it is not to be wondered at. At some length I went over these laws that made it possible for the judge to send me, if found guilty, to prison for 14 years, while the maximum penalty for offences of the most revolting kind against little girls was only 2 years' imprisonment. The laws of inheritance, the laws of divorce, the laws of guardianship of children, all so scandalously unjust to women, I sketched briefly, and I said that not only these laws and others, but the administration of the laws fell so far short of adequacy that women felt that they must be permitted to share the work of cleaning up the entire situation. I tried here to tell of certain dreadful things that I had learned as the wife of a barrister, things about some of the men in high places who are entrusted with the administration of the law, of a judge of assizes where many hideous crimes against women were tried, this judge himself being found dead one morning in a brothel. But the court would not allow me to go into personalities, as he called it, with regard to distinguished people, and told me that the sole question before the jury was whether or not I was guilty as charged. I must speak on that subject and on no other. After a hard fight to be allowed to tell the jury the reasons why women had lost respect for the law, and were making such a struggle in order to become lawmakers themselves, I closed my speech by saying, over 1,000 women have gone to prison in the course of this agitation, have suffered their imprisonment, have come out of prison injured in health, weakened in body, but not in spirit. I come to stand my trial from the bedside of one of my daughters, who has come out of Holloway prison, sent there for 2 months' hard labor for participating with 4 other people in breaking a small pane of glass. She has hunger-struck in prison. She submitted herself for more than 5 weeks to the horrible ordeal of feeding by force, and she has come out of prison having lost nearly 2 stone in weight. She is so weak that she cannot get out of her bed. And I say to you, gentlemen, that is the kind of punishment you are inflicting upon me or any other woman who may be brought before you. I ask you if you are prepared to send an incalculable number of women to prison. I speak to you as representing others in the same position, if you are prepared to go on doing that kind of thing indefinitely, because that is what is going to happen. There is absolutely no doubt about it. I think you have seen enough even in this present case to convince you that we are not women who are notoriety hunters. We could get that, heaven knows, much more cheaply if we sought it. We are women, rightly or wrongly, convinced that this is the only way in which we can win power to alter what for us are intolerable conditions, absolutely intolerable conditions. A London clergyman only the other day said that 60% of the married women in his parish were breadwinners, supporting their husbands as well as their children. When you think of the wages women earn, when you think of what this means to the future of the children of this country, I ask you to take this question very, very seriously. Only this morning I have had information brought to me which could be supported by sworn affidavits, that there is in this country, in this very city of London of ours, a regulated traffic, not only in women of full age, but in little children, that they are being purchased, that they are being entrapped, and that they are being trained to minister to the vicious pleasures of persons who ought to know better in their positions of life. Well, these are the things that have made us women determined to go on, determined to face everything, determined to see this thing out to the end, let it cost us what it may. And if you convict me, gentlemen, if you find me guilty, I tell you quite honestly and quite frankly, that whether the sentence is a long sentence, whether the sentence is a short sentence, I shall not submit to it. I shall, the moment I leave this court, if I am sent to prison, whether to penal servitude or to the lighter form of imprisonment, because I am not sufficiently versed in the law to know what his lordship may decide, but whatever my sentence is, from the moment I leave this court I shall quite deliberately refuse to eat food. I shall join the women who are already in Holloway on the hunger strike. I shall come out of prison, dead or alive, at the earliest possible moment, and once out again, as soon as I am physically fit I shall enter into this fight again. Life is very dear to all of us. I am not seeking, as was said by the Home Secretary, to commit suicide. I do not want to commit suicide. I want to see the women of this country enfranchised, and I want to live until that is done. Those are the feelings by which we are animated. We offer ourselves as sacrifices, just as your forefathers did in the past, in this cause, and I would ask you all to put this question to yourselves. Have you the right, as human beings, to condemn another human being to death because that is what it amounts to? Can you throw the first stone? Have you the right to judge women? You have not the right in human justice, not the right by the constitution of this country, if rightly interpreted, to judge me, because you are not my peers. You know, every one of you, that I should not be standing here, that I should not break one single law if I had the rights that you possess, if I had a share in electing those who make the laws I have to obey, if I had a voice in controlling the taxes I am called upon to pay, I should not be standing here. And I say to you, it is a very serious state of things. I say to you, my lord, it is a very serious situation, that women of upright life, women who have devoted the best of their years to the public weal, that women who are engaged in trying to undo some of the terrible mistakes that men in their government of the country have made, because after all, in the last resort, men are responsible for the present state of affairs. I put it to you that it is a very serious situation. You are not accustomed to deal with people like me in the ordinary discharge of your duties, but you are called upon to deal with people who break the law from selfish motives. I break the law from no selfish motive. I have no personal end to serve, neither have any of the other women who have gone through this court during the past few weeks, like sheep to the slaughter. Not one of these women would, if women were free, be lawbreakers. They are women who seriously believe that this hard path that they are treading is the only path to their enfranchisement. They seriously believe that the welfare of humanity demands this sacrifice. They believe that the horrible evils which are ravaging our civilization will never be removed until women get the vote. They know that the very fount of life is being poisoned. They know that homes are being destroyed, that because of bad education, because of the unequal standard of morals, even the mothers and children are destroyed by one of the vilest and most horrible diseases that ravage humanity. There is only one way to put a stop to this agitation. There is only one way to break down this agitation. It is not by deporting us, It is not by locking us up in gaol, it is by doing us justice. And so I appeal to you gentlemen, in this case of mine, to give a verdict, not only on my case, but upon the whole of this agitation. I ask you to find me not guilty of malicious incitement to a breach of the law. These are my last words. My incitement is not malicious. If I had power to deal with these things, I would be in absolute obedience to the law. I would say to women, you have a constitutional means of getting redress for your grievances. Use your votes, convince your fellow voters of the righteousness of your demands. That is the way to obtain justice. I am not guilty of malicious incitement, and I appeal to you, for the welfare of the country, for the welfare of the race, to return a verdict of not guilty in this case that you are called upon to try. After recapitulating the charge, the judge, in summing up, said, "It is scarcely necessary for me to tell you that the topics urged by the defendant in her address to you with regard to provocation by the laws of the country and the injustice done to women because they are not given the vote as men are, have no bearing upon the question you have to decide. The motive at the back of her mind, or at the back of the minds of those who actually did put the gunpowder there, would afford no defense to this indictment. I am quite sure you will deal with this case upon the evidence, and the evidence alone, without regard to any question as to whether you think the law is just or unjust. It has nothing to do with the case. I should think you will probably have no doubt that this defendant, if she did these things charged against her, is not actuated by the ordinary selfish motive that leads most of the criminals who are in this dock to commit the crimes that they do commit. She is none the less guilty if she did these things which are charged against her, although she believes that by means of this kind the condition of society will be altered." The jury retired, and soon after the afternoon session of the court opened they filed in, and in reply to the usual question asked by the clerk of arraigns, said that they had agreed upon a verdict. Said the clerk, "Do you find Mrs. Pankhurst guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty," said the foreman, with a strong recommendation to mercy. I spoke once more to the judge. "The jury have found me guilty, with a strong recommendation to mercy, and I do not see, since motive is not taken into account in human laws, that they could do otherwise after your summing up. But since motive is not taken into account in human laws, and since I, whose motives are not ordinary motives, am about to be sentenced by you to the punishment which is accorded to people whose motives are selfish motives, I have only this to say: if it was impossible for a different verdict to be found, if it is your duty to sentence me, as it will be presently, then I want to say to you, as a private citizen, and to the jury as private citizens, that I, standing here, found guilty by the laws of my country, I say to you it is your duty, as private citizens, to do what you can to put an end to this intolerable state of affairs. I put that duty upon you. And I want to say, whatever the sentence you pass upon me, I shall do what is humanly possible to terminate that sentence at the earliest possible moment. I have no sense of guilt. I feel I have done my duty. I look upon myself as a prisoner of war. I am under no moral obligation to conform to, or in any way accept, the sentence imposed upon me. I shall take the desperate remedy that other women have taken. It is obvious to you that the struggle will be an unequal one, but I shall make it as long as I have an ounce of strength left in me, or any life left in me. I shall fight, I shall fight, I shall fight, from the moment I enter prison to struggle against overwhelming odds. I shall resist the doctors if they attempt to feed me. I was sentenced last May in this court to 9 months' imprisonment. I remained in prison 6 weeks. There are people who have laughed at the ordeal of hunger striking and forcible feeding. All I can say is, and the doctors can bear me out, that I was released because, had I remained there much longer, I should have been a dead woman. I know what it is because I have gone through it. My own daughter has only just left it. There are women there still facing that ordeal, facing it twice a day. Think of it, my lord, twice a day this fight is gone through. Twice a day a weak woman resisting overwhelming force, fights and fights as long as she has strength left, fights against women and even against men, resisting with her tongue, with her teeth, this ordeal. Last night in the House of Commons some alternative was discussed, or rather, some additional punishment. Is it not a strange thing, my lord, that laws which have sufficed to restrain men throughout the history of this country do not suffice now to restrain women, decent women, honorable women? Well, my lord, I do want you to realize it. I am not whining about my punishment, I invited it. I deliberately broke the law, not hysterically or emotionally, but of set serious purpose, because I honestly feel it is the only way. Now, I put the responsibility of what is to follow upon you, my lord, as a private citizen, and upon the gentlemen of the jury, as private citizens, and upon all the men in this court. What are you, with your political powers, going to do to end this intolerable situation? To the women I have represented, to the women who, in response to my incitement, have faced these terrible consequences, have broken laws, to them, I want to say I am not going to fail them, but to face it as they face it, to go through with it, and I know that they will go on with the fight whether I live or whether I die. This movement will go on until we have the rights of citizens in this country, as women have in our colonies, as they will have throughout the civilized world before this woman's war is ended. That is all I have to say. Mr. Justice Lush, in passing sentence, said, "It is my duty, Mrs. Emmeline Pankhurst, and a very painful duty it is, to pass what, in my opinion, is a suitable and adequate sentence for the crime of which you have been most properly convicted, having regard to the strong recommendation to mercy by the jury. I quite recognize, as I have already said, that the motives that have actuated you in committing this crime are not the selfish motives that actuate most of the persons who stand in your position, but although you blind your eyes to it, I cannot help pointing out to you that the crime of which you have been convicted is not only a very serious one, but, in spite of your motives, it is, in fact, a wicked one. It is wicked because it not only leads to the destruction of property of persons who have done you no wrong, but in spite of your calculations, it may expose other people to the danger of being maimed or even killed. It is wicked because you are, and have been, luring other people, young women, it may be, to engage in such crimes, possibly to their own ruin, and it is wicked, because you cannot help being alive to it if you would only think. You are setting an example to other persons who may have other grievances that they legitimately want to have put right by embarking on a similar scheme to yours, and trying to effect their object by attacking the property, if not the lives, of other people. I know, unfortunately at least, I feel sure you will pay no heed to what I say. I only beg of you to think of these things. I have thought of them, I interjected. Think, if only for one short hour, dispassionately, continued the majesty of law, I can only say that, although the sentence I am going to pass must be a severe one, must be adequate to the crime of which you have been found guilty, if you would only realize the wrong you are doing, and the mistake you are making, and would see the error you have committed, and undertake to amend matters by using your influence in a right direction, I would be the first to use all my best endeavors to bring about a mitigation of the sentence I am about to pass. I cannot, and I will not, regard your crime as a merely trivial one. It is not. It is a most serious one, and, whatever you may think, it is a wicked one. I have paid regard to the recommendation of the jury. You yourself have stated the maximum sentence which this particular offense is by the legislature thought to deserve. The least sentence I can pass upon you is a sentence of 3 years penal servitude. As soon as the sentence was pronounced, the intense silence which had reigned throughout the trial was broken, and an absolute pandemonium broke out among the spectators. At first it was merely a confused and angry murmur of shame. Shame. The murmurs quickly swelled into loud and indignant cries, and then from gallery and court there arose a great chorus uttered with the utmost intensity and passion. Shame! Shame! The women sprang to their feet, in many instances stood on their seats, shouting shame, shame, as I was conducted out of the dock in charge of 2 wardresses. Keep the flag flying, shouted a woman's voice, and the response came in a chorus. "We will." "Bravo." 3 cheers for Mrs. Pankhurst. That was the last I heard of the courtroom protest. Afterwards I heard that the noise and confusion was kept up for several minutes longer, the judge and the police being quite powerless to obtain order. Then the women filed out singing the Women's Marseillaise. March on, face to the dawn of liberty. The judge flung after their retreating forms the dire threat of prison for any woman who dared repeat such a scene. Threat of prison to suffragettes. The women's song only swelled the louder, and the corridors of Old Bailey reverberated with their shouts. Certainly that venerable building had never in its checkered history witnessed such a scene. The great crowd of detectives and police who were on duty seemed actually paralyzed by the audacity of the protest, for they made no attempt to intervene. At 3 o'clock, when I left the court by a side entrance in Newgate Street, I found a crowd of women waiting to cheer me. With the 2 wardresses I entered a 4-wheeler and was driven to Holloway to begin my hunger strike. Scores of women followed in taxicabs, and when I arrived at the prison gates there was another protest of cheers for the cause and boos for the law. In the midst of all this intense excitement I passed through the grim gates into the twilight of prison, now become a battleground. Footnote: Sylvia Pankhurst, who was forcibly fed for 5 weeks, during an original sentence of 2 months imposed for breaking one window. Chapter 6. Prison had indeed been for us a battleground ever since the time when we had solemnly resolved that, as a matter of principle, we would not submit to the rules that bound ordinary offenders against the law. But when I entered Holloway on that April day in 1913, it was with full knowledge that I had before me a far more prolonged struggle than any that the militant suffragists had hitherto faced. I have described the hunger strike, that terrible weapon with which we had repeatedly broken our prison bars. The government, at their wits' end to cope with the hunger strikers, and to overcome a situation which had brought the laws of England into such scandalous disrepute, had had recourse to a measure, surely the most savagely devised ever brought before a modern parliament. In March of that year, while I was waiting trial on the charge of conspiring to destroy Mr. Lloyd George's country house, a bill was introduced into the House of Commons by the Home Secretary, Mr. Reginald McKenna, a bill which had for its avowed object the breaking down of the hunger strike. This measure, now universally known as the Cat and Mouse Act, provided that when a hunger-striking suffrage prisoner, the law was frankly admitted to apply only to suffrage prisoners, was certified by the prison doctors to be in danger of death, she could be ordered released on a sort of a ticket of leave for the purpose of regaining strength enough to undergo the remainder of her sentence. Released, she was still a prisoner, or the patient, or the victim, as you may choose to call her, being kept under constant police surveillance. According to the terms of the bill, the prisoner was released for a specified number of days, at the expiration of which she was supposed to return to prison on her own account. Says the Act. The period of temporary discharge may, if the Secretary of State thinks fit, be extended on a representation of the prisoner that the state of her health renders her unfit to return to prison. If such representation be made, the prisoner shall submit herself, if so required, for medical examination by the medical officer of the above-mentioned prison, or other registered medical practitioner appointed by the Secretary of State. The prisoner shall notify to the Commissioner of Police of the metropolis the place of residence to which she goes on her discharge. She shall not change her residence without giving 1 clear day's notice in writing to the Commissioner, specifying the residence to which she is going, and she shall not be temporarily absent from her residence for more than 12 hours without giving a like notice, etc. The idea of militant suffragists respecting a law of this order is almost humorous, and yet the smile dies before the pity one feels for the minister whose confession of failure is embodied in such a measure. Here was a mighty government weakly resolved that justice to women it would not grant, knowing that submission of women it could not force, and so was willing to compromise with a piece of class legislation absolutely contrary to all of its avowed principles," said Mr. McKenna, pleading in the House for the advancement of his odious measure. "At the present time I cannot make these prisoners undergo their sentences without serious risk of death, and I want to have power to enable me to compel a prisoner to undergo the sentence. And I want that power in all cases where the prisoner adopts the system of the hunger strike. At the present moment, although I have the power of release, I cannot release a prisoner without a pardon, and I have to discharge them for good. I want the power of releasing a prisoner without a pardon, with the sentence remaining alive. I want to enforce the law, and I want, if I can, to enforce it without forcible feeding, and without undergoing the risk of someone else's life." Interrogated by several members, Mr. McKenna admitted that the Cat and Mouse Bill, if passed, would not inevitably do away with forcible feeding, but he promised that the hateful and disgusting process would be resorted to only when absolutely necessary. We shall see later how hypocritical this representation was. Parliament, which had never had time to consider, beyond its initial stages, a women's suffrage measure, passed the Cat and Mouse Act through both houses within the limits of a few days. It was already law when I entered Holloway on April 3, 1913, and I grieve to state that many members of the Labour Party, pledged to support women's suffrage, helped to make it into law. Of course the Act was, from its inception, treated by the suffragists with the utmost contempt. We had not the slightest intention of assisting Mr. McKenna in enforcing unjust sentences against soldiers in the Army of Freedom, and when the prison doors closed behind me I adopted the hunger strike exactly as though I expected it to prove, as formerly, a means of gaining my liberty. That struggle is not a pleasant one to recall. Every possible means of breaking down my resolution was resorted to. The daintiest and most tempting food was placed in my cell. All sorts of arguments were brought to bear against me: the futility of resisting the Cat and Mouse Act, the wickedness of risking suicide. I shall not attempt to record all the arguments. They fell against a blank wall of consciousness, for my thoughts were all very far away from Holloway and all its torments. I knew, what afterwards I learned as a fact, that my imprisonment was followed by the greatest revolutionary outbreak that had been witnessed in England since 1832. From one end of the island to the other the beacons of the women's revolution blazed night and day. Many country houses all unoccupied were fired, the grand stand of Ayr Racecourse was burned to the ground, a bomb was exploded in Oxted Station, London, blowing out walls and windows, some empty railroad carriages were blown up. The glass of 13 famous paintings in the Manchester Art Gallery were smashed with hammers. These are simply random specimens of the general outbreak of secret guerrilla warfare waged by women to whose liberties every other approach had been barricaded by the Liberal government of Free England. The only answer of the government was the closing of the British Museum, the National Gallery, Windsor Castle, and other tourist resorts. As for the result on the people of England, that was exactly what we had anticipated. The public were thrown into a state of emotion of insecurity and frightened expectancy. Not yet did they show themselves ready to demand of the government that the outrages be stopped in the only way they could be stopped, by giving votes to women. I knew that it would be so. Lying in my lonely cell in Holloway, racked with pain, oppressed with increasing weakness, depressed with the heavy responsibility of unknown happenings, I was sadly aware that we were but approaching a far goal. The end, though certain, was still distant. Patience, and still more patience, faith and still more faith. Well, we had called upon these souls' help before, and it was certain that they would not fail us at this greatest crisis of all. Thus in great anguish of mind and body passed 9 terrible days, each one longer and more acutely miserable than the preceding. Towards the last, I was mercifully half unconscious of my surroundings. A curious indifference took possession of my overwrought mind, and it was almost without emotion that I heard, on the morning of the 10th day, that I was to be released temporarily in order to recover my health. The governor came to my cell and read me my license, which commanded me to return to Holloway in 15 days, and meanwhile to observe all the obsequious terms as to informing the police of my movements. With what strength my hands retained, I tore the document in strips and dropped it on the floor of the cell. "I have no intention," I said, "of obeying this infamous law. You release me knowing perfectly well that I shall never voluntarily return to any of your prisons." They sent me away, sitting bolt upright in a cab, unmindful of the fact that I was in a dangerous condition of weakness, having lost 2 stone in weight and suffered seriously from irregularities of heart action. As I left the prison, I was gratefully aware of groups of our women standing bravely at the gates, as though enduring a long vigil. As a matter of fact, relays of women had picketed the place night and day during the whole term of my imprisonment. The first pickets were arrested, but as others constantly arrived to fill their places, the police finally gave in and allowed the women to march up and down before the prison carrying the flag. At the nursing home to which I was conveyed, I learned that Annie Kenny, Mrs. Drummond, and our staunch friend, Mr. George Lansbury, had been arrested during my imprisonment, and that all 3 had adopted the hunger strike. I also learned on my own account how desperately the government were striving to make their cat and mouse act the last stand in their losing campaign a success. Without regard to the extra expense laid on the unfortunate taxpayers of the country, the government employed a large extra force of police especially for this purpose. As I lay in bed, being assisted by every medical resource to return to life and health, these special police, colloquially termed cats, guarded the nursing home as if it were a besieged castle. In the street under my windows 2 detectives and a constable stood on guard night and day. In a house at right angles to my refuge 3 more detectives kept constant watch. In the mews at the rear of the house were more detectives, and diligently patrolling the road, as if in expectation of a rescuing regiment, 2 taxicabs, each with its quota of detectives, guarded the highways. All this made recovery slow and difficult. But worse was to come. On April 30th, just as I was beginning to rally somewhat, came the news that the police had swooped down on our headquarters in Kingsway and had arrested the entire official force. Miss Barrett, associate editor of the Suffragette, Miss Lennox, the sub-editor, Miss Lake, business manager, Miss Kerr, office manager, and Mrs. Sanders, financial secretary of the Union, were arrested, although not one of them had ever appeared in any militant action. Mr. E. G. Clayton, a chemist, was also arrested, accused of furnishing the WSPU with explosive materials. The offices were thoroughly searched, and, as on a former occasion, stripped of all books and papers. While this was being done, another party of police, armed with a special warrant, proceeded to the printing office where our paper, the Suffragette, was published. The printer, Mr. Drew, was placed under arrest and the material for the paper, which was to appear on the following day, was seized. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon the entire plant and the headquarters of the Union were in the hands of the police, and to all appearances the militant movement temporarily at least was brought to a full stop. In my state of semi-prostration it at first seemed to me best to let the week's issue of the paper lapse, but on second thought I decided that even the appearance of surrender was not to be thought of. How we managed it need not here be told, but we actually did, overnight, with hardly any material, except Christabel's leading article, and with hastily summoned helpers, get out the paper as usual, and side by side with the morning journals which bore front-page stories of the suppression of the suffragette organ, our paper sellers sold the Suffragette. The front page bore, instead of the usual cartoon, the single word in bold-faced type. Raided. The full story of the police search and the arrests being related in the other pages. Our headquarters, I may say in passing, remained closed less than 48 hours. We are so organized that the arrest of leaders does not seriously cripple us. Every one has an understudy, and when one leader drops out, her substitute is ready instantly to take her place. In this emergency there appeared as chief organizer in Miss Kennis' place, Miss Grace Rowe, one of the young suffragettes of whom I, as belonging to the older generation, am so proud. Faced by difficulties as great as the government could make them, Miss Rowe at once showed herself to be equal to the situation, and to have the gift of unswerving loyalty combined with a strong and rapid judgment of things and people. Aiding her was Mrs. Dacre Fox, who surprised us all by her amazing ability to act as assistant editor of the Suffragette, manage a host of affairs in the office, and preside at our weekly meetings. Another member of the union who came prominently to the front at the time of this crisis was Mrs. Mansale. In 2 days' time the office was open and running quite as usual, no outward sign showing the grief and indignation felt for our imprisoned comrades. Most of them refused bail and instantly hunger-struck, appearing in court for trial 3 days later in a pitiful state. Mrs. Drummond was so obviously ill and in need of medical attention that she was discharged and was very soon afterwards operated upon. Mr. Drew, the printer, was forced to sign an undertaking not to publish the paper again. The others were sentenced to terms varying from 6 to 18 months. Mr. Clayton was sentenced to 21 months, and after desperate resistance, during which he was forcibly fed many times, escaped his prison. The others, following the same example, starved their way to liberty, and have ever since been pursued at intervals and rearrested under the Cat and Mouse Act. After my discharge, April 12, I remained in the nursing home until partially restored. Then, under the eyes of the police, I motored out to Woking, the country home of my friend, Dr. Ethel Smith. This house, like the nursing home, was guarded by a small army of police. I never went to the window, I never took the air in the garden without being conscious of watching eyes. The situation became intolerable, and I determined to end it. On May 26 there was a great meeting at the London Pavilion, and I gave notice that I would attend it. Supported by Dr. Flora Murray, Dr. Ethel Smith and my devoted nurse Pine, I walked downstairs, to be confronted at the door by a detective, who demanded to know where I was going. I was in a weak state, much weaker than I had imagined, and in refusing the right of a man to question my movements I exhausted the last remnant of my strength and sank fainting in the arms of my friends. As soon as I recovered I got into the motor car. The detective instantly took his place beside me and told the chauffeur to drive to Bow Street Station. The chauffeur replied that he took his orders only from Mrs. Pankhurst, whereupon the detective summoned a taxicab and, placing me under arrest, took me to Bow Street. Under the Cat and Mouse Act, a paroled prisoner can be thus arrested without the formality of a warrant, nor does the time she has spent at liberty, in regaining her health, count off from her prison sentence. The magistrate at Bow Street was therefore quite within his legal rights when he ordered me returned to Holloway. I felt it my duty, nevertheless, to point out to him the inhumanity of his act. I said to him, I was released from Holloway on account of my health. Since then I have been treated exactly as if I were in prison. It has become absolutely impossible for anyone to recover health under such conditions, and this morning I decided to make this protest against a state of affairs unparalleled in a civilized country. The magistrate replied formally, "You quite understand what the position is. You have been arrested on this warrant and all I have to do is to make an order recommending you to prison. I think," I said, "that you should do so, with a full sense of responsibility. If I am taken to Holloway on your warrant I shall resume the protest I made before, which led to my release, and I shall go on indefinitely until I die, or until the government decide, since they have taken upon themselves to employ you and other people to administer the laws, that they must recognize women as citizens and give them some control over the laws of this country." It was a 5 days hunger strike this time, because the extreme weakness of my condition made it impossible for me to endure a longer term. I was released on May 30 on a 7 days license, and in a half-alive state was again carried to a nursing home. Less than a week later, while I was still bedridden, a terrible event occurred, one that should have shaken the stolid British public into a realization of the seriousness of the situation precipitated by the government. Emily Wilding Davison, who had been associated with the militant movement since 1906, gave up her life for the women's cause by throwing herself in the path of the thing, next to property, held most sacred to Englishman sport. Miss Davison went to the races at Epsom, and breaking through the barriers which separated the vast crowds from the racecourse, rushed in the path of the galloping horses and caught the bridle of the king's horse, which was leading all the others. The horse fell, throwing his jockey and crushing Miss Davison in such shocking fashion that she was carried from the course in a dying condition. Everything possible was done to save her life. The great surgeon, Mr. Mansell Mullin, put everything aside and devoted himself to her case, but though he operated most skillfully, the injuries she had received were so frightful that she died 4 days later without once having recovered consciousness. Members of the Union were beside her when she breathed her last, on June 8, and on June 14 they gave her a great public funeral in London. Crowds lined the streets as the funeral car, followed by thousands of women, passed slowly and sadly to St. George's Church, Bloomsbury, where the memorial services were held. Emily Wilding Davison was a character almost inevitably developed by a struggle such as ours. She was a B.A. of London University, and had taken first-class honours at Oxford in English language and literature. Yet the women's cause made such an appeal to her reason and her sympathies that she put every intellectual and social appeal aside and devoted herself untiringly and fearlessly to the work of the Union. She had suffered many imprisonments, had been forcibly fed and most brutally treated. On one occasion when she had barricaded her cell against the prison doctors, a hose pipe was turned on her from the window and she was drenched and all but drowned in the icy water while workmen were breaking down her cell door. Miss Davison, after this experience, expressed to several of her friends the deep conviction that now, as in days called uncivilized, the conscience of the people would awaken only to the sacrifice of a human life. At one time in prison she tried to kill herself by throwing herself headlong from one of the upper galleries, but she succeeded only in sustaining cruel injuries. Ever after that time she clung to her conviction that one great tragedy, the deliberate throwing into the breach of a human life, would put an end to the intolerable torture of women. And so she threw herself at the king's horse, in full view of the king and queen and a great multitude of their majesty's subjects, offering up her life as a petition to the king, praying for the release of suffering women throughout England and the world. No one can possibly doubt that that prayer can forever remain unanswered, for she took it straight to the throne of the King of all the worlds. The death of Miss Davison was a great shock to me and a very great grief as well, and although I was scarcely able to leave my bed I determined to risk everything to attend her funeral. This was not to be, however, for as I left the house I was again arrested by detectives who lay in waiting. Again the farce of trying to make me serve a 3-year sentence was undertaken. But now the militant women had discovered a new and more terrible weapon with which to defy the unjust laws of England, and this weapon the thirst strike I turned against my gaolers with such effect that they were forced within 3 days to release me. The hunger strike I have described as a dreadful ordeal, but it is a mild experience compared with the thirst strike, which is from beginning to end simple and unmitigated torture. Hunger striking reduces a prisoner's weight very quickly, but thirst striking reduces weight so alarmingly fast that prison doctors were at first thrown into absolute panic of fright. Later they became somewhat hardened, but even now they regard the thirst strike with terror. I am not sure that I can convey to the reader the effect of days spent without a single drop of water taken into the system. The body cannot endure loss of moisture. It cries out in protest with every nerve. The muscles waste, the skin becomes shrunken and flabby, the facial appearance alters horribly, all these outward symptoms being eloquent of the acute suffering of the entire physical being. Every natural function is, of course, suspended, and the poisons which are unable to pass out of the body are retained and absorbed. The body becomes cold and shivery. There is constant headache and nausea, and sometimes there is fever. The mouth and tongue become coated and swollen, the throat thickens and the voice sinks to a thready whisper. When, at the end of the 3rd day of my first thirst strike, I was sent home I was in a condition of jaundice from which I have never completely recovered. So badly was I affected that the prison authorities made no attempt to arrest me for nearly a month after my release. On July 13 I felt strong enough once more to protest against the odious Cat and Mouse Act, and, with Miss Annie Kenny, who was also at liberty on medical grounds, I went to a meeting at the London Pavilion. At the close of the meeting, during which Miss Kenny's prison licence was auctioned off for £12, we attempted for the first time the open escape which we have so frequently since effected. Miss Kenny, from the platform, announced that we should openly leave the hall, and she forthwith walked coolly down into the audience. The police rushed in overwhelming numbers, and after a desperate fight, succeeded in capturing her. Other detectives and policemen hurried to the side door of the hall to intercept me, but I disappointed them by leaving by the front door and escaping to a friend's house in a cab. The police soon traced me to the house of my friend, the distinguished scientist, Mrs. Hertha Ireton, and the place straightway became a besieged fortress. Day and night the house was surrounded, not only by police, but by crowds of women sympathizers. On the Saturday following my appearance at the pavilion, we gave the police a bit of excitement of a kind they do not relish. A cab drove up to Mrs. Ireton's door, and several well-known members of the union alighted and hurried indoors. At once the word was circulated that a rescue was being attempted, and the police drew resolutely around the cab. Soon a veiled woman appeared in the doorway, surrounded by suffragettes, who, when the veiled lady attempted to get into the cab, resisted with all their strength the efforts of the police to lay hands upon her. The cry went up from all sides, "They are arresting Mrs. Pankhurst." Something very like a free fight ensued, occupying all the attention of the police who were not in the immediate vicinity of the cab. The men surrounding that rocking vehicle succeeded in tearing the veiled figure from the arms of the other women and piling into the cab ordered the chauffeur to drive full speed to Bow Street. Before they reached their destination, however, the veiled lady raised her veil. Alas, it was not Mrs. Pankhurst, who by that time was speeding away in another taxicab in quite another direction. Our ruse infuriated the police, and they determined to arrest me at my first public appearance, which was at the pavilion on the Monday following the episode just related. When I reached the pavilion, I found it literally surrounded by police, hundreds of them. I managed to slip past the outside cordon, but Scotland Yard had its best men inside the hall, and I was not permitted to reach the platform. Surrounded by plainclothes men, batons drawn, I could not escape, but I called out to the women that I was being taken, and so valiantly did they rush to the rescue that the police had their hands full for nearly half an hour before they got me into a taxicab bound for Holloway. 6 women were arrested that day, and many more than 6 policemen were temporarily incapacitated for duty. By this time I had made up my mind that I would not only resist staying in prison, I would resist to the utmost of my ability going to prison. Therefore, when we reached Holloway, I refused to get out of the cab, declaring to my captors that I would no longer acquiesce in the slow judicial murder to which the government were subjecting women. I was lifted out and carried into a cell in the convicted hospital wing of the gaol. The wardresses who were on duty there spoke with some kindness to me, suggesting that, as I was very apparently exhausted and ill, I should do well to undress and go to bed. "No," I replied, "I shall not go to bed, not once while I am kept here. I am weary of this brutal game, and I intend to end it." Without undressing, I lay down on the outside of the bed. Later in the evening the prison doctor visited me, but I refused to be examined. In the morning he came again, and with him the governor and the head wardress. As I had taken neither food nor water since the previous day, my appearance had become altered to such an extent that the doctor was plainly perturbed. He begged me, as a small concession, to allow him to feel my pulse, but I shook my head, and they left me alone for the day. That night I was so ill that I felt some alarm for my own condition, but I knew of nothing that could be done except to wait. On Wednesday morning the governor came again and asked me with an assumption of carelessness if it were true that I was refusing both food and water. "It is true," I said, and he replied brutally, "You are very cheap to keep." Then, as if the thing were not a ridiculous farce, he announced that I was sentenced to close confinement for 3 days, with deprivation of all privileges, after which he left my cell. Twice that day the doctor visited me, but I would not allow him to touch me. Later came a medical officer from the Home Office, to which I had complained, as I had complained to the governor and the prison doctor, of the pain I still suffered from the rough treatment I had received at the pavilion. Both of the medical men insisted that I allow them to examine me, but I said, "I will not be examined by you because your intention is not to help me as a patient, but merely to ascertain how much longer it will be possible to keep me alive in prison. I am not prepared to assist you or the government in any such way. I am not prepared to relieve you of any responsibility in this matter." I added that it must be quite obvious that I was very ill and unfit to be confined in prison. They hesitated for a moment or two, then left me. Wednesday night was a long nightmare of suffering, and by Thursday morning I must have presented an almost mummified appearance. From the faces of the governor and the doctor when they came into my cell and looked at me, I thought that they would at once arrange for my release. But the hours passed and no order for release came. I decided that I must force my release, and I got up from the bed where I had been lying and began to stagger up and down the cell. When all strength failed me and I could keep my feet no longer, I lay down on the stone floor, and there, at 4 in the afternoon, they found me, gasping and half unconscious. And then they sent me away. I was in a very weakened condition this time, and had to be treated with saline solutions to save my life. I felt, however, that I had broken my prison walls for a time at least, and so this proved. It was on July 24th that I was released. A few days later I was borne in an invalid's chair to the platform of the London Pavilion. I could not speak, but I was there, as I had promised to be. My license, which by this time I had ceased to tear up because it had an auction value, was sold to an American present for the sum of £100. I had told the governor on leaving that I intended to sell the license and to spend the money for militant purposes, but I had not expected to raise such a splendid sum as £100. I shall always remember the generosity of that unknown American friend. A great medical congress was being held in London in the summer of 1913, and on August 11th we held a large meeting at Kingsway Hall, which was attended by hundreds of visiting doctors. I addressed this meeting, at which a ringing resolution against forcible feeding was passed, and I was allowed to go home without police interference. It was, as a matter of fact, the second time during that month that I had spoken in public without molestation. The presence of so many distinguished medical men in London may have suggested to the authorities that I had better be left alone for the time being. At all events I was left alone, and late in the month I went, quite publicly, to Paris, to see my daughter Christable and plan with her the campaign for the coming autumn. I needed rest after the struggles of the past 5 months, during which I had served, of my 3 years prison sentence, not quite 3 weeks. Footnote: Mr. Lansbury shortly before this had resigned his seat in Parliament and had gone to his constituents on the question of women's suffrage. Both the Liberal and the Conservative parties had united against him, with the result that a Unionist candidate was returned in his place. Mr. Lloyd George publicly rejoiced in the result of this election, saying that Mr. Marsh, the Conservative candidate, had been his man. The Labour Party, in Parliament and out, meekly accepted this piece of Liberal chicanery without protest. Chapter 7. The 2 months of the summer of 1913 which were spent with my daughter in Paris were almost the last days of peace and rest I have been destined since to enjoy. I spent the days, or some hours of them, in the initial preparation of this volume, because it seemed to me that I had a duty to perform in giving to the world my own plain statement of the events which have led up to the women's revolution in England. Other histories of the militant movement will undoubtedly be written, in times to come when in all constitutional countries of the world, Women's votes will be as universally accepted as men's votes are now, when men and women occupy the world of industry on equal terms, as co-workers rather than as cutthroat competitors, when, in a word, all the dreadful and criminal discriminations which exist now between the sexes are abolished, as they must one day be abolished, the historian will be able to sit down in leisurely fashion and do full justice to the strange story of how the women of England took up arms against the blind and obstinate government of England and fought their way to political freedom. I should like to live long enough to read such a history, calmly considered, carefully analyzed, conscientiously set forth. It will be a better book to read than this one, written, as it were, in camp between battles. But perhaps this one, hastily prepared as it has been, will give the reader of the future a clearer impression of the strenuousness and the desperation of the conflict, and also something of the heretofore undreamed of courage and fighting strength of women, who, having learned the joy of battle, lose all sense of fear and continue their struggle up to and past the gates of death, never flinching at any step of the way. Every step since that meeting in October 1912, when we definitely declared war on the peace of England, has been beset with danger and difficulty, often unexpected and undeclared. In October 1913, I sailed in the French liner, La Provence, for my third visit to the United States. My intention was published in the public press of England, France, and America. No attempt at concealment of my purpose was made, and in fact, my departure was witnessed by 2 men from Scotland Yard. Some hints had reached my ears that an attempt would be made by the immigration officers at the port of New York to exclude me as an undesirable alien, but I gave little credit to these reports. American friends wrote and cabled encouraging words, and so I passed my time aboard ship quite peacefully, working part of the time, resting also against the fatigue always attendant on a lecture tour. We came to anchor in the harbor of New York on October 26, and there, to my astonishment, the immigration authorities notified me that I was ordered to Ellis Island to appear before a board of special inquiry. The officers who served the order of detention did so with all courtesy, even with a certain air of reluctance. They allowed my American traveling companion, Mrs. Rita Child Dorr, to accompany me to the island, but no one, not even the solicitor sent by Mrs. O.H.P. Belmont to defend me, was permitted to attend me before the Board of Special Inquiry. I went before these 3 men quite alone, as many a poor, friendless woman, without any of my resources, has had to appear. The moment of my entrance to the room I knew that extraordinary means had been employed against me, for on the desk behind which the board sat I saw a complete dossier of my case in English legal papers. These papers may have been supplied by Scotland Yard, or they may have been supplied by the government. I cannot tell, of course. They sufficed to convince the Board of Special Inquiry that I was a person of doubtful character, to say the least of it, and I was informed that I should have to be detained until the higher authorities at Washington examined my case. Everything was done to make me comfortable, the rooms of the Commissioner of Immigration being turned over to me and my companion. The very men who found me guilty of moral obloquy, something of which no British jury has ever yet accused me, put themselves out in a number of ways to make my detention agreeable. I was escorted all over the island and through the quarters assigned detained immigrants, whose right to land in the United States is in question. The huge dining rooms, the spotless kitchens and the admirably varied bill of fare interested and impressed me. Nothing like them exists in any English institution. I remained at Ellis Island 2.5 days, long enough for the Commissioner of Immigration at Washington to take my case to the President, who instantly ordered my release. Whoever was responsible for my detention entirely overlooked the advertising value of the incident. My lecture tour was made much more successful for it, and I embarked for England late in November with a very generous American contribution to our war chest, a contribution, alas, that I was not permitted to deliver in person. The night before the White Star liner Majestic reached Plymouth, a wireless message from headquarters informed me that the government had decided to arrest me on my arrival. The arrest was made, under very dramatic conditions, the next day shortly before noon. The steamer came to anchor in the outer harbour, and we saw at once that the bay, usually so animated with passing vessels, had been cleared of all craft. Far in the distance the tender, which on other occasions had always met the steamer, rested at anchor between two huge grey warships. For a moment or two the scene halted, the passengers crowding to the deck rails in speechless curiosity to see what was to happen next. Suddenly a fisherman's dory, power-driven, dashed across the harbour, directly under the noses of the grim war vessels. Two women, spray-drenched, stood up in the boat, and as it ploughed swiftly past our steamer the women called out to me, "The cats are here, Mrs. Pankhurst." "They're close on you." Their voices trailed away into the mist and we heard no more. Within a minute or two a frightened ship's boy appeared on deck and delivered a message from the purser asking me to step down to his office. I answered that I would certainly do nothing of the kind, and next the police swarmed out on deck and I heard, for the 5th time, that I was arrested under the Cat and Mouse Act. They had sent 5 men from Scotland Yard, 2 men from Plymouth and a wardress from Holloway, a sufficient number, it will be allowed, to take 1 woman from a ship anchored 2 miles out at sea. Following my firm resolve not to assist in any way the enforcing of the infamous law, I refused to go with the men, who thereupon picked me up and carried me to the waiting police tender. We steamed some miles up the Cornish coast, the police refusing absolutely to tell me whither they were conveying me, and finally disembarked at Bull Point, a government landing stage, closed to the general public. Here a motor car was waiting, and accompanied by my bodyguard from Scotland Yard and Holloway, I was driven across Dartmoor to Exeter, where I had a not unendurable imprisonment and hunger strike of 4 days. Everyone from the governor of the prison to the wardresses were openly sympathetic and kind, and I was told by one confidential official that they kept me only because they had orders to do so until after the great meeting at Empress Theatre, Earl's Court, London, which had been arranged as a welcome home for me. The meeting was held on the Sunday night following my arrest, and the great sum of £15,000 was poured into the coffers of militancy. This included the £4,500 which had been collected during my American tour. Several days after my release from Exeter I went openly to Paris to confer with my daughter on matters relating to the campaign about to open, returning to attend a WSPU meeting on the day before my license expired. Nevertheless, the boat train carriage in which I travelled with my doctor and nurse was invaded at Dover town by 2 detectives, who told me to consider myself under arrest. We were making tea when the men entered, but this we immediately threw out of the window, because a hunger strike always began at the instant of arrest. We never compromised at all, but resisted from the very first moment of attack. The reason for this uncalled for arrest at Dover was the fear on the part of the police of the bodyguard of women, just then organized for the expressed purpose of resisting attempts to arrest me. That the police, as well as the government, were afraid to risk encountering women who were not afraid to fight we had had abundant testimony. We certainly had it on this occasion, for knowing that the bodyguard was waiting at Victoria Station, the authorities had cut off all approaches to the arrival platform and the place was guarded by battalions of police. Not a passenger was permitted to leave a carriage until I had been carried across the arrival platform between a double line of police and detectives and thrown into a 40-horsepower motor car, guarded within by 2 plainclothes men and a wardress, and without by 3 more policemen. Around this motor car were 12 taxicabs filled with plainclothes men, 4 to each vehicle, and 3 guarding the outside, not to mention the driver, who was also in the employ of the police department. Detectives on motorcycles were on guard at various points ready to follow any rescuing taxicab. Arrived at Holloway, I was again lifted from the car and taken to the reception room and placed on the floor in a state of great exhaustion. When the doctor came in and told me curtly to stand up, I was obliged to tell him that I could not stand. I utterly refused to be examined, saying that I was resolved to make the government assume full responsibility for my condition. I refuse to be examined by you or any prison doctor, I declared, and I do this as a protest against my sentence, and against my being here at all. I no longer recognize a prison doctor as a medical man in the proper sense of the word. I have withdrawn my consent to be governed by the rules of prison. I refuse to recognize the authority of any prison official, and I therefore make it impossible for the government to carry out the sentence they have imposed upon me. Wardresses were summoned. I was placed in an invalid chair and so carried up 3 flights of stairs and put into an unwarmed cell with a concrete floor. Refusing to leave the chair, I was lifted out and placed on the bed, where I lay all night without removing my coat or loosening my garments. It was on a Saturday that the arrest had been made, and I was kept in prison until the following Wednesday morning. During all that time no food or water passed my lips, and I added to this the sleep strike, which means that as far as was humanly possible I refused all sleep and rest. For 2 nights I sat or lay on the concrete floor, resolutely refusing the oft-repeated offers of medical examination. "You are not a doctor," I told the man. "You are a government torturer, and all you want to do is to satisfy yourself that I am not quite ready to die." The doctor, a new man since my last imprisonment, flushed and looked extremely unhappy. "I suppose you do think that," he mumbled. On Tuesday morning the governor came to look at me, and no doubt I presented by that time a fairly bad appearance. At least I gathered as much from the alarmed expression of the wardress who accompanied him. To the governor I made the simple announcement that I was ready to leave prison and that I intended to leave very soon, dead or alive. I told him that from that moment I should not even rest on the concrete floor, but should walk my cell until I was released or until I died from exhaustion. All day I kept to this resolution, pacing up and down the narrow cell, many times stumbling and falling, until the doctor came in at evening to tell me that I was ordered released on the following morning. Then I loosened my gown and lay down, absolutely spent, and fell almost instantly into a death-like sleep. The next morning a motor ambulance took me to the Kingsway headquarters where a hospital room had been arranged for my reception. The 2 imprisonments in less than 10 days had made terrible drafts on my strength, and the coldness of the Holloway cell had brought on a painful neuralgia. It was many days before I recovered even a tithe of my usual health. These 2 arrests resulted exactly as the government should have known that they would result, in a great outbreak of fresh militancy. As soon as the news spread that I had been taken at Plymouth, a huge fire broke out in the timber yards at Richmond Walk, Devonport, and 1.5 acres of timber, beside a pleasure fair and a scenic railway adjacent, to the value of thousands of pounds, was destroyed. No one ever discovered the cause of the fire, the greatest that ever occurred in the neighborhood, but tied to one of the railings was a copy of the Suffragette and to another railing 2 cards, on one of which was written a message to the government. "How dare you arrest Mrs. Pankhurst and allow Sir Edward Carson and Mr. Bonar Law to go free?" The second card bore the words, "Our reply to the torture of Mrs. Pankhurst, and her cowardly arrest at Plymouth." Besides this fire, which waged fiercely from midnight until dawn, a large unoccupied house at Bristol was destroyed by fire. A fine residence in Scotland, also unoccupied, was badly damaged by fire. St. Anne's Church in a suburb of Liverpool was partly destroyed, and many pillar boxes in London, Edinburgh, Derby, and other cities were fired. In churches all over the kingdom our women created consternation by interpolating into the services reverently spoken prayers for prisoners who were suffering for conscience' sake. The reader no doubt has heard of these interruptions, and if so he has read of brawling, shrieking women, breaking into the sanctity of religious services, and creating riot in the house of God. I think the reader should know exactly what does happen when militants, who are usually religious women, interrupt church services. On the Sunday when I was in Holloway, following my arrest at Dover, certain women attending the afternoon service at Westminster Abbey chanted in concert the following prayer: "God save Emmeline Pankhurst, help us with thy love and strength to guard her, spare those who suffer for conscience' sake. Hear us when we pray to thee." They had hardly finished this prayer when vergers fell upon them and with great violence hustled them out of the abbey. One kneeling man, who happened to be near one of the women, forgot his Christian intercessions long enough to beat her in the face with his fists before the vergers came. Similar scenes have taken place in churches and cathedrals throughout England and Scotland, and in many instances the women have been most barbarously treated by vergers and members of the congregations. In other cases, the women not only have been left unmolested, but have been allowed to finish their prayers amid deep and sympathetic silence. Some clergymen have even been brave enough to add a reverent Amen to these prayers for women in prison, and it has happened that clergymen have voluntarily offered prayers for us. The Church as a whole, however, has undoubtedly failed to live up to its obligation to demand justice for women, and to protest against the torture of forcible feeding. During the year just closing, we sent many deputations to church authorities, the bishops, one after another having been visited in this manner. Some of the bishops, including the reactionary Archbishop of Canterbury, refused to accord the desired interview, and when that happened, the answer of the deputation was to sit on the doorstep of the episcopal residence until surrender followed, as it invariably did. As Holloway Gaol is within his diocese, the Bishop of London was visited by the WSPU, and the demand was made that the bishop himself should witness forcible feeding in order to realize the horror of the proceeding. He did visit 2 of the tortured women, but he did not see them forcibly fed, and when he came out he gave the public an account of his interview with them, which was in effect the government's version of the facts. The WSPU was naturally indignant, while all the government's friends hailed the bishop as a supporter of the policy of torture. Only those who have suffered the pain and agony, not to speak of the moral humiliation of forcible feeding, can realize the depths of the iniquity which the Bishop of London was maneuvered by the government to whitewash. It may be true, as the bishop comforted himself by saying, that the victims of forcible feeding suffered the more because they struggled under the process. But, as Mary Richardson wrote in the Suffragette, to expect a victim not to struggle was the same as telling her that she would suffer less if she did not jump on getting a cinder in her eye. The principle, declared Miss Richardson, is the same. One struggles because the pain is excruciating, and the nerves of the eyes, ears, and face are so tortured that it would be impossible not to resist to the uttermost. One struggles, also, because of another reason. A moral reason for forcible feeding is an immoral assault as well as a painful physical one, and to remain passive under it would give one the feeling of sin, the sin of concurrence. One's whole nature is revolted, resistance is therefore inevitable. I think it proper here to explain also the policy upon which we embarked in 1914 of taking our cause directly to the King. The reader has perhaps heard of suffragette insults to King George and Queen Mary, and it is but just that he should hear a direct account of how these insults are offered. Several isolated attempts had been made to present petitions to the King, once when he was on his way to Westminster to open Parliament, and again on an occasion when he paid a visit to Bristol. On the latter occasion, the woman who tried to present the petition was assaulted by one of the King's equerries, who struck her with the flat of his sword. We finally resolved on the policy of direct petition to the King because we had been forced to abandon all hope of successful petitioning to his ministers. Tricked and betrayed at every turn by the Liberal government, we announced that we would not again put even a pretense of confidence in them. We would carry our demand for justice to the throne of the monarch. Late in December 1913, while I was in prison for the second time since my return to England, a great gala performance was given at Covent Garden, the opera being the Jeanne d'Arc of Raymond Rose. The King and Queen and the entire court were present, and the scene was expected to be one of unusual brilliance. Our women took advantage of the occasion to make one of the most successful demonstrations of the year. A box was secured directly opposite the royal box, and this was occupied by 3 women, beautifully gowned. On entering, they had managed, without attracting the slightest attention, to lock and barricade the door, and at the close of the first act, as soon as the orchestra had disappeared, the women stood up, and one of them, with the aid of a megaphone, addressed the King. Calling attention to the impressive scenes on the stage, the speaker told the King that women were today fighting, as Joan of Arc fought centuries ago, for human liberty, and that they, like the Maid of Orleans, were being tortured and done to death, in the name of the king, in the name of the church, and with the full knowledge and responsibility of established government. At this very hour the leader of these fighters in the Army of Liberty was being held in prison and tortured by the king's authority. The vast audience was thrown into a panic of excitement and horror, and amid a perfect turmoil of cries and adjurations, the door of the box was finally broken down and the women ejected. As soon as they had left the house, others of our women, to the number of 40 or more, who had been sitting quietly in an upper gallery, rose to their feet and rained suffrage literature on the heads of the audience below. It was fully 3/4 of an hour before the excitement subsided and the singers could go on with the opera. The sensation caused by this direct address to royalty inspired us to make a second attempt to arouse the king's conscience, and early in January, as soon as Parliament reassembled, we announced that I would personally lead a deputation to Buckingham Palace. The plan was welcomed with enthusiasm by our members, and a very large number of women volunteered to join the deputation, which was intended to make a protest against 3 things: the continued disfranchisement of women, the forcible feeding and the cat-and-mouse torture of those who were fighting against this injustice, and the scandalous manner in which the government, while coercing and torturing militant women, were allowing perfect freedom to the men opponents of Home Rule in Ireland, men who openly announced that they were about to carry out a policy, not merely of attacking property, but of destroying human life. I wrote a letter to the king, conveying to him the respectful and loyal request of the Women's Social and Political Union that Your Majesty will give audience to a deputation of women. The letter went on: the deputation desire to submit to Your Majesty in person their claim to the parliamentary vote, which is the only protection against the grievous industrial and social wrongs that women suffer, is the symbol and guarantee of British citizenship, and means the recognition of women's equal dignity and worth, as members of our great empire. The deputation will further lay before Your Majesty a complaint of the medieval and barbarous methods of torture whereby Your Majesty's ministers are seeking to repress women's revolt against the deprivation of citizen rights, a revolt as noble and glorious in its spirit and purpose as any of those past struggles for liberty which are the pride of the British race. We have been told by the unthinking, by those who are heedless of the constitutional principles upon which is based our loyal request for an audience of Your Majesty in person, that our conversation should be with Your Majesty's ministers. We repudiate this suggestion. In the first place, it would not only be repugnant to our womanly sense of dignity, but it would be absurd and futile for us to interview the very men against whom we bring the accusations of betraying the women's cause and torturing those who fight for that cause. In the second place, we will not be referred to, and we will not recognize the authority of men who, in our eyes, have no legal or constitutional standing in the matter, because we have not been consulted as to their election to Parliament nor as to their appointment as ministers of the Crown. I then cited as a precedent in support of our claim to be heard by the King in person, the case of the deputation of Irish Catholics, which, in the year 1793, was received by King George III in person. I further said, our right as women to be heard and to be aided by Your Majesty is far stronger than any such right possessed by men, because it is based upon our lack of every other constitutional means of securing the redress of our grievances. We have no power to vote for members of Parliament, and therefore for us there is no House of Commons. We have no voice in the House of Lords. But we have a king, and to him we make our appeal. Constitutionally speaking, we are, as voteless women, living in the time when the power of the monarch was unlimited. In that old time, which is past for men though not for women, men who were oppressed had recourse to the king, the source of power, of justice, and of reform. Precisely in the same way we now claim the right to come to the foot of the throne and to make of the king in person our demand for the redress of the political grievance which we cannot, and will not, any longer tolerate. Because women are voteless, there are in our midst today sweated workers, white slaves, outraged children, and innocent mothers and their babes stricken by horrible disease. It is for the sake and in the cause of these unhappy members of our sex, that we ask of your Majesty the audience that we are confident will be granted to us. It was some days before we had the answer to this letter, and in the meantime some uncommonly stirring and painful occurrences attracted the public attention. Chapter 8. 4 months before my return to England from my American lecture tour, the Ulster situation had been increasingly serious. Sir Edward Carson and his followers had declared that if Home Rule government should be created and set up in Dublin, they would law or no law establish a rival and independent government in Ulster. It was known that arms and ammunition were being shipped to Ireland, and that men and women too, for that matter, were drilling and otherwise getting ready for civil war. The WSPU approached Sir Edward Carson and asked him if the proposed Ulster government would give equal voting rights to women. We frankly declared that in case the Ulster men alone were to have the vote, that we should deal with King Carson and his colleagues exactly in the same manner that we had adopted towards the British government centred at Westminster. Sir Edward Carson at first promised us that the rebel Ulster government, should it come into existence, would give votes to Ulster women. This pledge was later repudiated, and in the early winter months of 1914 militancy appeared in Ulster. It had been raging in Scotland for some time, and now the imprisoned suffragettes in that country were being forcibly fed as in England. The answer to this was, of course, more militancy. The ancient Scottish church of Whitekirk, a relic of pre-Reformation days, was destroyed by fire. Several unoccupied country houses were also burned. It was about this time, February 1914, that I undertook a series of meetings outside London, the first of which was to be held in Glasgow, in the St. Andrew's Hall, which holds many thousands of people. In order that I might be free on the night of the meeting, I left London unknown to the police, in a motor car. In spite of all efforts to apprehend me, I succeeded in reaching Glasgow and in getting to the platform of St. Andrew's, where I found myself face to face with an enormous, and manifestly sympathetic audience. As it was suspected that the police might rush the platform, plans had been made to offer resistance, and the bodyguard was present in force. My speech was one of the shortest I have ever made. I said, "I have kept my promise, and in spite of His Majesty's government I am here tonight." Very few people in this audience, very few people in this country, know how much of the nation's money is being spent to silence women. But the wit and ingenuity of women is overcoming the power and money of the British government. It is well that we should have this meeting tonight, because today is a memorable day in the annals of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Today in the House of Commons has been witnessed the triumph of militants amends militancy, and tonight I hope to make it clear to the people in this meeting that if there is any distinction to be drawn at all between militancy in Ulster and the militancy of women, it is all to the advantage of the women. Our greatest task in this women's movement is to prove that we are human beings like men, and every stage of our fight is forcing home that very difficult lesson into the minds of men, and especially into the minds of politicians. I propose tonight at this political meeting to have a text. Texts are usually given from pulpits, but perhaps you will forgive me if I have a text tonight. My text is, equal justice for men and women, equal political justice, equal legal justice, equal industrial justice, and equal social justice. I want as clearly and briefly as I can to make it clear to you tonight that if it is justifiable to fight for common ordinary equal justice, then women have ample justification, nay, have greater justification, for revolution and rebellion, than ever men have had in the whole history of the human race. Now that is a big contention to make, but I am going to prove it. You get the proof of the political injustice. As I finished the word injustice, a steward uttered a warning shout, there was a tramp of heavy feet, and a large body of police burst into the hall, and rushed up to the platform, drawing their truncheons as they ran. Headed by detectives from Scotland Yard, they surged in on all sides, but as the foremost members attempted to storm the platform, they were met by a fusillade of flower pots, tables, chairs, and other missiles. They seized the platform railing, in order to tear it down, but they found that under the decorations barbed wires were concealed. This gave them pause for a moment. Meanwhile, more of the invading host came from other directions. The bodyguard and members of the audience vigorously repelled the attack, wielding clubs, batons, poles, planks, or anything they could seize, while the police laid about right and left with their batons, their violence being far the greater. Men and women were seen on all sides with blood streaming down their faces, and there were cries for a doctor. In the middle of the struggle, several revolver shots rang out, and the woman who was firing the revolver, which I should explain was loaded with blank cartridges, only was able to terrorize and keep at bay a whole body of police. I had been surrounded by members of the bodyguard, who hurried me towards the stairs from the platform. The police, however, overtook us, and in spite of the resistance of the bodyguard, they seized me and dragged me down the narrow stair at the back of the hall. There a cab was waiting. I was pushed violently into it, and thrown on the floor, the seats being occupied by as many constables as could crowd inside. The meeting was left in a state of tremendous turmoil, and the people of Glasgow who were present expressed their sense of outrage at the behaviour of the police, who, acting under the government's instructions, had so disgraced the city. General Drummond, who was present on the platform, took hold of the situation and delivered a rousing speech, in which she exhorted the audience to make the government feel the force of their indignation. I was kept in the Glasgow police cells all night, and the next morning was taken, a hunger and thirst striking prisoner, to Holloway, where I remained for 5 memorable days. This was the 7th attempt the government had made to make me serve a 3-year term of penal servitude on a conspiracy charge, in connection with the blowing up of Mr. Lloyd George's country house. In the 11.5 months since I had received that sentence, I had spent just 30 days in prison. On March 14 I was again released, still suffering severely, not only from the hunger and thirst strike, but from injuries received at the time of my brutal arrest in Glasgow. The answer to that arrest had been swift and strong. In Bristol, the scene of great riots and destruction when men were fighting for votes, a large timber yard was burnt. In Scotland, a mansion was destroyed by fire. A milder protest consisted of a raid upon the house of the Home Secretary, in the course of which 18 windows were broken. The greatest and most startling of all protests hitherto made was the attack at this time on the Rokeby Venus in the National Gallery. Mary Richardson, the young woman who carried out this protest, is possessed of a very fine artistic sense, and nothing but the most compelling sense of duty would have moved her to the deed. Miss Richardson, being placed on trial, made a moving address to the court, in the course of which she said that her act was premeditated, and that she had thought it over very seriously before it was undertaken. She added, "I have been a student of art, and I suppose care as much for art as anyone who was in the gallery when I made my protest. But I care more for justice than I do for art, and I firmly believe that when a nation shuts its eyes to justice, and prefers to have women who are fighting for justice ill-treated, maltreated, and tortured, that such action as mine should be understandable, I don't say excusable, but it should be understood. I should like to point out that the outrage which the government has committed upon Mrs. Pankhurst is an ultimatum of outrages. It is murder, slow murder, and premeditated murder. That is how I have looked at it. How you can hold women up to ridicule and contempt, and put them in prison, and yet say nothing to the government for murdering people, I cannot understand. The fact is that the nation is either dead or asleep. In my opinion, there is undoubted evidence that the nation is dead, because women have knocked in vain at the door of administrators, archbishops, and even the king himself. The government have closed all doors to us. And remember, this a state of death in a nation, as well as in an individual, leads to one thing, and that is dissolution. I do not hesitate to say that if the men of the country do not at this 11th hour put their hand out and save Mrs. Pankhurst, before a few more years are past they will stretch out their hand in vain to save the empire. In sentencing Miss Richardson to 6 months' imprisonment, the magistrate said regretfully that if she had smashed a window instead of an art treasure, he could have given her a maximum sentence of 18 months, which illustrates, I think, one more queer anomaly of English law. A few weeks later, another famous painting, the Sargent portrait of Henry James, was attacked by a suffragette, who, like Miss Richardson, was sent through the farce of a trial and a prison sentence which she did not serve. By this time, practically all the picture galleries and other public galleries and museums had been closed to the public. The suffragettes had succeeded in large measure in making England unattractive to tourists, and hence unprofitable to the world of business. As we had anticipated, the reaction against the Liberal government began to manifest itself. Questions were asked daily, in the press, in the House of Commons, everywhere, as to the responsibility of the government in the suffragette activities. People began to place that responsibility where it belonged, at the doors of the government, rather than at our own. Especially did the public begin to contrast the treatment meted out to the rebel women with that accorded to the rebel men of Ulster. For a whole year the government had been attacking the women's right of free speech, by their refusal to allow the WSPU to hold public meetings in Hyde Park. The excuse given for this was that we advocated and defended a militant policy. But the government permitted the Ulster militants to advocate their war policy in Hyde Park, and we determined that, with or without the government's permission, we should, on the day of the Ulster meeting, hold a suffrage meeting in Hyde Park. General Drummond was announced as the chief speaker at this meeting, and when the day came, militant Ulster men and militant women assembled in Hyde Park. The militant men were allowed to speak in defense of bloodshed, but General Drummond was arrested before she had uttered more than a few words. Another proof that the government had a law of leniency for militant men and a law of persecution for militant women was shown at this time by the case of Miss Dorothy Evans, our organizer in Ulster. She and another suffragette, Miss Maud Muir, were arrested in Belfast charged with having in their possession a quantity of explosives. It was well known that there were houses in Belfast that secreted tons of gunpowder and ammunition for the use of the rebels against Home Rule, but none of those houses were entered and searched by the police. The authorities reserved their energies in this direction for the headquarters of the militant women. Naturally enough, the two suffrage prisoners, on being arraigned in court, refused to be tried unless the government proceeded also against the men rebels. The prisoners throughout the proceedings kept up such a disturbance that the trial could not properly go on. When the case was called, Miss Evans rose and protested loudly, saying, "I deny your jurisdiction entirely until there are in the dock beside us men who are well-known leaders of the Ulster militant movement." Miss Muir joined Miss Evans in her protest and both women were dragged from the court. After an hour's adjournment the trial was resumed, but the women again began to speak, and the case was hurried through in the midst of indescribable din and commotion. The women were sent to prison on remand, and after a 4 days' hunger and thirst strike were released unconditionally. The result of this case was a severe outbreak of militancy, 3 fires destroying Belfast mansions within a few days. Fires blazed almost daily throughout England, a very important instance being the destruction of the Bath Hotel at Felixstowe, valued at £35,000. The 2 women responsible for this were afterwards arrested, and as their trials were delayed, they were, although unconvicted prisoners, tortured by forcible feeding for several months. This occurred in April, a few weeks before the day appointed for our deputation to the King. I had appointed May 21st for the deputation, in spite of the fact that the King had, through his ministers, refused to receive us. Replying to this, I had written, again directly to the King, that we utterly denied the constitutional right of ministers, who not being elected by women were not responsible to them, to stand between ourselves and the throne, and to prevent us from having an audience of His Majesty. I declared further that we would, on the date announced, present ourselves at the gates of Buckingham Palace to demand an interview. Following the despatch of this letter, my life was made as uncomfortable and as insecure as the government, through their police department, could contrive. I was not allowed to make a public appearance, but I addressed several huge meetings from the balcony of houses where I had taken refuge. These were all publicly announced, and each time the police, mingling with crowds, made strenuous efforts to arrest me. By strategy, and through the valiant efforts of the bodyguard, I was able each time to make my speech and afterwards to escape from the house. All of these occasions were marked by fierce opposition from the police and splendid courage and resistance on the part of the women. The deputation to the king was, of course, marked by the government as an occasion on which I could be arrested, and when, on the day appointed, I led the great deputation of women to the gates of Buckingham Palace, an army of several thousand police were sent out against us. The conduct of the police showed plainly that they had been instructed to repeat the tactics of Black Friday, described in an earlier chapter. Indeed, the violence, brutality and insult of Black Friday were excelled on this day, and at the gates of the King of England. I myself did not suffer so greatly as others, because I had advanced towards the palace unnoticed by the police, who were looking for me at a more distant point. When I arrived at the gates, I was recognized by an inspector, who at once seized me bodily and conveyed me to Holloway. Before the deputation had gone forth, I had made a short speech to them, warning them of what might happen, and my final message was, "Whatever happens, do not turn back." They did not, and in spite of all the violence inflicted upon them, they went forward, resolved, so long as they were free, not to give up the attempt to reach the palace. Many arrests were made, and of those arrested many were sent to prison. Although for the majority, this was the first imprisonment, these brave women adopted the hunger strike, and passed 7 or 8 days without food and water before they were released, weak and ill as may be supposed. Chapter 9. In the weeks following the disgraceful events before Buckingham Palace, the government made several last, desperate efforts to crush the WSPU, to remove all the leaders and to destroy our paper, the Suffragette. They issued summonses against Mrs. Drummond, Mrs. Dacre Fox and Miss Grace Roe. They raided our headquarters at Lincoln's Inn House. Twice they raided other headquarters temporarily in use, not to speak of raids made upon private dwellings where the new leaders, who had risen to take the places of those arrested, were at their work for the organization. But with each successive raid the disturbances which the government were able to make in our affairs became less, because we were better able, each time, to provide against them. Every effort made by the government to suppress the suffragette failed, and it continued to come out regularly every week. Although the paper was issued regularly, we had to use almost superhuman energy to get it distributed. The government sent to all the great wholesale newsagents a letter which was designed to terrorize and bully them into refusing to handle the paper or to sell it to the retail newsagents. Temporarily, at any rate, the letter produced in many cases the desired effect, but we overcame the emergency by taking immediate steps to build up a system of distribution which was worked by women themselves, independently of the newspaper trade. We also opened a suffragette defense fund, to meet the extra expense of publishing and distributing the paper. Twice more the government attempted to force me to serve the 3 years' term of penal servitude, one arrest being made when I was being carried to a meeting in an ambulance. Wholesale arrests and hunger strikes occurred at the same time, but our women continued their work of militancy, and money flowed into our protest and defense fund. At one great meeting in July, the fund was increased by nearly £16,000. But now unmistakable signs began to appear that our long and bitter struggle was drawing to a close. The last resort of the government of inciting the street mobs against us had been little successful, and we could see in the temper of the public abundant hope that the reaction against the government, long hoped for by us, had actually begun. Every day of the militant movement was so extraordinarily full of events and changes that it is difficult to choose a point at which this narrative should be brought to a close. I think, however, that an account of a recent debate which took place in the House of Commons will give the reader the best idea of the complete breakdown of the government in their effort to crush the women's fight for liberty. On June 11, when the House of Commons had gone into a committee of supply, Lord Robert Cecil moved a reduction of £100 on the Home Office vote, thus precipitating a discussion of militancy. Lord Robert said that he had read with some surprise that the government were not dissatisfied with the measures which they had taken to deal with the violent suffragists, and he added with some asperity that the government took a much more sanguine view of the matter than anybody else in the United Kingdom. The House, Lord Robert went on to declare, would not be in a position to deal with the case satisfactorily unless they realised the devotion of the followers to their leaders, who were almost fully responsible for what was going on. Ministerial cheers greeted this utterance, but they ceased suddenly when the Speaker went on to say that these leaders could never have induced their followers to enter upon a career of crime but for the serious mistakes which had been made over and over again by the government. Among these mistakes, Lord Robert cited the shameful treatment of the women on Black Friday, the policy of forcible feeding, and the scandal of the different treatment accorded Lady Constance Lytton and Jane Wharton. There were opposition cheers at this, and they were again raised when Lord Robert deplored the terrible waste of energy and admirable material involved in the militant movement. Although Lord Robert Cecil deemed it unjust as well as futile for suffragist members to withhold their support from the woman suffrage movement on account of militancy, he himself was in favour of deportation for suffragettes. At this there were cries of "Where to?" and "Ulster." Mr. McKenna replied by first calling attention to the fact that in the militant movement they had a phenomenon absolutely without precedent in our history. Women in numbers were committing crimes, beginning with window breaking, and proceeding to arson, not with the motives of ordinary criminals, but with the intention of advertising a political cause and of forcing the public to grant their demands. Mr. McKenna continuing said, "The number of women who commit crimes of that kind is extremely small, but the number of those who sympathize with them is extremely large. One of the difficulties which the police have in detecting this form of crime and in bringing home the offense to the criminal is that the criminals find so many sympathizers among the well-to-do and thoroughly respectable classes that the ordinary administration of the law is rendered comparatively impossible. Let me give the House some figures showing the number of women who have been committed to prison for offences since the beginning of the militant agitation in 1906. In that year the total number of commitments to prison was 31, all the persons charged being women. In 1909 the figure rose to 156, in 1911 to 188, 182 women and 6 men, and in 1912 to 290, 288 women and 2 men. In 1913 the number dropped to 183, and so far this year it has dropped to 108. These figures include all commitments to prison and rearrests under the Cat and Mouse Act. What is the obvious lesson to be drawn? Up to 1912 the number of offences committed for which imprisonment was the punishment was steadily increasing, but since the beginning of last year, that is to say, since the new Act came into force, the number of individual offences has been very greatly reduced. On the other hand, we see that the seriousness of the offences is much greater. This statement, that the number of imprisonments had decreased since the adoption of the Cat and Mouse Act, was of course incorrect, or at best misleading. The fact was that the number of imprisonments decreased because, where formerly the militants went willingly to prison for their acts, they now escaped prison wherever possible. A comparatively small number of mice were ever rearrested by the police. Mr. McKenna went on to say that he realized fully the growing sense of indignation against the militant suffragists, and he added, "Their one hope is, rightly or wrongly, that the well-advertised indignation of the public will recoil on the head of the government." "And so it will," interpolated a voice. "My honourable friend," replied Mr. McKenna, "says so it will. I believe that he is mistaken." But he gave no reasons for so believing. Referring to what he called the recent grave rudenesses which have been committed against the King, Mr. McKenna said, It is true that all subjects have the right of petitioning His Majesty, providing the petition is couched in respectful terms, but there is no right on the part of the subjects generally to personal audience for the purpose of the presentation of the petition or otherwise. It is the duty of the Home Secretary to present all such petitions to the King, and further to advise His Majesty what action should be taken. It was therefore ridiculous for any suffragist to assert that there had been any breach of constitutional propriety on the part of the King in refusing, on the advice of the Home Secretary, to receive the deputation. Also, said Mr. McKenna, in view of the fact that the petition for an audience was sent by a person under sentence of penal servitude myself, it was the plain duty of the Home Secretary to advise the King not to grant it. He referred to the incident, he said, only because it was illustrative of the militants' methods of advertising their cause. He gave them credit, he was bound to say, for a certain degree of intelligence in adopting their methods. No action has been so fruitful of advertisement as the recent absurdities which they have perpetrated in relation to the King. Coming down to the question of methods of meeting and overcoming militancy, Mr. McKenna said that he had received an almost unlimited correspondence on the subject from every section of the public. 4 methods were suggested, said he. The first is to let them die. Here. That is, I should say, at the present moment, the most popular, laughter, judging by the number of letters I have received. The second is to deport them. Here. The third is to treat them as lunatics. Here. And the fourth is to give them the franchise. Here, and laughter. I think that is an exhaustive list. I notice each one of them is received with a certain very moderate amount of applause in this House. I hope to give reason why at the present time I think we should not adopt any one of them. The first suggestion was usually, not always, based on the assumption that the women would take their food if they knew that the alternative was death. Mr. McKenna read to the House in opposition to that view the opinion of a great medical expert who had had intimate knowledge of the suffragettes from the first. We have to face the fact, therefore, that they would die, continued Mr. McKenna. Let me say, also, with actual experience of dealing with suffragists, in many cases they have got in their refusal of food and water beyond the point when they could help themselves, and they have clearly done all that they could do to show their readiness to die. There are those who hold another assumption. They think that after 1 or 2 deaths in prison militancy would cease. In my judgment, there was never a greater delusion. I readily admit that this is the issue upon which I stand and upon which I feel I would fight to the end those who would adopt as their policy to let the prisoners die. So far from putting an end to militancy, I believe it would be the greatest incentive to militancy which could ever happen. For every woman who dies, there would be scores of women who would come forward for the honor, as they would deem it, of earning the crown of martyrdom. How do you know? Called out an opposition member. How do I know? Retorted the Home Secretary. I have had more to do with these women than the honorable member, much more. Those who hold that opinion leave out of account all recognition of the nature of these women. I do not speak in admiration of them. They are hysterical fanatics, but, coupled with their hysterical fanaticism, they have a courage, part of their fanaticism, which undoubtedly stands at nothing, and the honorable member who thinks that they would not come forward, not merely to risk death, but to undergo it, for what they deem the greatest cause on earth is making, in my judgment, a profound mistake. They would seek death, and I am sure that however strong public opinion outside might be today in favor of allowing them to die, when there were 20, 30, 40, or more deaths in prison, you would have a violent reaction of public opinion, and the honorable gentleman who now so glibly says let them die would be among the first to blame the government for what he would describe as the inhuman attitude they had adopted. That policy, continued Mr. McKenna, could not be adopted without an Act of Parliament. For the reason I have given, I have not asked Parliament to remove from prison officials the responsibility under which they now rest for doing their best to keep those committed to their charge alive. But, supposing this legal responsibility were removed from the prison officials, let honorable members for a moment transport themselves in imagination to a prison cell and conceive of a prison doctor, a humane man, standing by watching a woman slowly being done to death by starvation and thirst, knowing that he could help her and that he could keep her alive. Did they think that any doctor would go on with such action, or that we should be able to retain medical men under such conditions in our service? I do not believe it. The doctor would think, as I should think if I saw a woman lying there, what has been this woman's offense? It may have been obstructing the police, coupled with the obstinacy derived from fanaticism which leads her to refuse food and water. Obstructing the police, and she is to die. I could not distinguish, and no Home Secretary could ever say, that this woman should be left to die and that that woman should not. Once we were committed to a policy of allowing them to die if they did not take their food, we should have to go on with it, and we should have woman after woman whose only offense may have been obstructing the police, breaking a window, or even burning down an empty house, dying because she was obstinate. I do not believe that that is a policy which on consideration will ever recommend itself to the British people, and I am bound to say for myself I could never take a hand in carrying that policy out. Cheers. Lord Robert Cecil's favourite remedy of deportation, Mr. McKenna, dismissed on the grounds that this would be merely removing the difficulty to some other country than Great Britain. If the suggested distant island were treated as a prison, the women would hunger strike there as they did in English prisons. If the island were not treated as a prison, the suffragettes' rich friends would come and rescue them in yachts. The suggestion that the militants be treated as lunatics was also dismissed as impossible. Admitting that he had tried to get them certified as lunatics and had failed because the medical profession would not consent to such a course, Mr. McKenna said that he could not, contrary to the advice of the doctors, get certification by Act of Parliament. There remains, said Mr. McKenna, the last proposal, that we should give them the franchise. That is the right one, exclaimed Mr. William Redmond, but the Home Secretary replied, whatever may be said as to the merits or demerits of that proposal, it is clearly not one I can discuss now in Committee of Supply. I am not responsible, as Home Secretary, for the state of the law on the franchise, nor is there any occasion for me to express or conceal my own opinions on the point, but I certainly do not think, and I am sure the committee will agree with me, that could be seriously treated as a remedy for the existing state of lawlessness. Coming at last to the constructive part of his speech, Mr. McKenna told the House of Commons that the government had one last resort, which was to take legal proceedings against subscribers to the funds of the WSPU. The funds of the Society, he said, were undoubtedly beyond the arm of the British law. But the government were in hopes of stopping future subscriptions. We are now not without hope, he concluded, that we have evidence which will enable us to proceed against the subscribers, loud cheers, in civil action, and if we succeed the subscribers will become personally liable for all the damage done. Cheers. It is a question of evidence. I have further directed that the question should be considered whether the subscribers could not be proceeded against criminally as well as by civil action. Cheers. We have only been able to obtain this evidence by our now not infrequent raids upon the offices, and such property as we can get at of the Society. A year ago a raid was made on the offices of the Society, but we obtained no such evidence. If we succeed in making the subscribers personally responsible individually for the whole damage done, I have no doubt that the insurance companies will quickly follow the example set them by the government, and in turn bring actions to recover the cost which has been thrown upon them. If that is done, I have no doubt the days of militancy are over. The militants live only by the subscriptions of rich women, cheers, who themselves enjoy all the advantages of wealth secured for them by the labour of others, cheers, and use their wealth against the interests of society, paying their unfortunate victims to undergo all the horrors of a hunger and thirst strike in the commission of a crime. Whatever feelings we may have against the wretched women who for £30 and £2 a week go about the country burning and destroying, What must our feelings be for the women who give their money to induce the perpetration of these crimes and leave their sisters to undergo the punishment while they live in luxury? Cheers. If we can succeed against them, we will spare no pains. If the action is successful in the total destruction of the means of revenue of the women's social and political union, I think we shall see the last of the power of Mrs. Pankhurst and her friends. Cheers. In the general debate which followed, the government were obliged to listen to very severe criticisms of their past and present policy towards the militant women. Mr. Keir Hardie said in part, "We may not today discuss the question of the franchise, but surely it was possible for the Home Secretary, without any transgression on the rules of the House, to have held out just a ray of hope for the future as to the intentions of the government in regard to this most urgent question. On that point, may I say that I am not one of those who believe that a right thing should be withheld because some of the advocates of it resort to weapons of which we do not approve. That note has been sounded more than once, and if it be true, and it is true, that a section of the public outside are strongly opposed to this conduct, it is equally true that the bulk of the people look with a very calm and indifferent eye upon what is happening so long as the vote is withheld from women." Mr. Hardie concluded by regretting that the House, instead of discussing women's suffrage, was discussing methods of penalizing militant women. Mr. Rupert Gwynne said, "Nobody is in a more ridiculous position than the members on the Treasury bench. They cannot address a meeting, or go to a railway station, or even get into a taxicab, without having detectives with them. Even if they like it, we, the public, do not, because we have to pay for it. It is not worth the expense that it costs to have a detective staff following cabinet ministers wherever they go, whether in a private or a public capacity." Further, said Mr. Gwynne, if the Home Secretary is correct in saying that these women are prepared to die, and invite death, in order to advertise their devotion to their cause, does he really think they are going to mind if their funds are attached? Another friend of the suffragists, Mr. Wedgwood, said, "We are dealing with a problem which is a very serious one indeed. To my mind, when you find a large body of public opinion, and a large number of people capable of going to these lengths, there is only one thing for a respectable House of Commons to do, and that is to consider very closely and clearly whether the complaints of those who complain are or are not justified. We are not justified in acting in panic. What it is our duty to do is to consider the rights and wrongs of these people who have acted in this way. I attribute myself no value to the vote, but I do think that when we seriously consider the question of women's suffrage, which has not been done by this House up to the present, we should remember that when you see people capable of this amount of self-sacrifice, that the one duty of the House of Commons is not to stamp the iron heel upon them, but to see how far their cause is just, and to act according to justice. When such a debate as this was possible in the House of Commons, it must be plain to every disinterested reader that militancy never set the cause of suffrage back, but on the contrary, set it forward at least half a century. When I remember how that same House of Commons, a few years ago, treated the mention of woman's suffrage with scorn and contempt, how they permitted the most insulting things to be said of the women who were begging for their political freedom, how, with indecent laughter and coarse jokes, they allowed suffrage bills to be talked out, I cannot but marvel at the change our militancy so quickly brought about. Mr. McKenna's speech was in itself a token of the complete surrender of the government. Of course, the promise of the Home Secretary that subscribers to our funds should, if possible, be held legally responsible for damage done to private property by the suffragettes, was never meant to be adhered to. It was, in fact, a perfectly absurd promise, and I think that very few members of Parliament were deceived by it. Our subscribers can always remain anonymous if they choose, and if it should ever be possible to attack them for our deeds, they would naturally take refuge behind that privilege. Our battles are practically over, we confidently believe. For the present at least our arms are grounded, for directly the threat of foreign war descended on our nation we declared a complete truce from militancy. What will come out of this European war so terrible in its effects on the women who had no voice in averting it, so baneful in the suffering it must necessarily bring on innocent children, no human being can calculate. But one thing is reasonably certain, and that is that the cabinet changes which will necessarily result from warfare will make future militancy on the part of women unnecessary. No future government will repeat the mistakes and the brutality of the Asquith ministry. None will be willing to undertake the impossible task of crushing or even delaying the march of women towards their rightful heritage of political liberty and social and industrial freedom.